inches in height. At Behistan, where economy of space was necessary owing to the length of the inscription, the sharply drawn lines are about 1 inches, 42 millimeters, apart, and the clear-cut letters each approximately 1 inches, 32 millimeters, high. The brown shellac or varnish makes them stand out in bolder relief and gives a fine finish to the whole, although I could see no traces of the flakes of the cement, which Rawlinson speaks of as having sifted down upon the narrow ledge, nor, again, did I observe any evidence to show that letters had been preserved by reason of the shellac withstanding the water when the rock itself had disintegrated beneath its surface. But this may be still another proof that the rock has suffered since Rawlinson's time, and it is to be hoped that M. de Morgan will mac casts M1 so E. Allinson JBA 8. 10-193. Copying and photographing 195 of the entire inscription. As I learned in Persia, it is the intention of his mission to do. My attempt to take squeezes of certain words was a failure. This was due partly, among other causes, to the wind that prevailed during the 4 days when I was up on the ledge, and was the stronger owing to the height and the peculiar formation of the rocky cut. This made me wish for more time, in order to wait for better conditions. Owing to the physical strain of the ascent, for it requires some athletic prowess, and owing to the exciting interest of the work, which is somewhat of a tax on the nerves, the element of time is necessary for accomplishing what one would wish to do. To this I may add that money is likewise an indispensable factor in the equation. But above all, one must not be hurried. On my last day of stay, for example, after I had finished all I could reach or clearly see, I begged the guides to let me use the ladder in order to examine some of the less certain readings in the upper part of the inscription. This they stoutly refused to do on account of the extreme danger from the high wind blowing at the time. And that afternoon I was obliged to start back to Hamadan. But although some points like these had to be left, I was glad to find I had been able to examine most of the doubtful passages and to prove in general the wonderful accuracy of Rawlinson's transcript. To this I shall revert also below when I speak of the 2 or 3 photographs I took. The first, I believe, ever taken on the ledge. They were snapped as I leaned out over the precipice, held by the guides, while focusing the camera and hastily taking the picture. Most of my time, however, was spent in copying, collating, or verifying the readings on the rock itself without resorting to my photographic apparatus. I may add, regarding the means of ascent in ancient times, that there is not the slightest trace of anything of the kind today. If ever there was any, it cannot have been of a permanent material. Regarding the descent, I may say that after I had been for 196 the great Behistan rock hours on the cramped and narrow ledge, the going down seemed much more difficult than the ascent, and it was a joy each time to hear my faithful Persian servant, Safar, who had remained below, call out, "Now you are safe," when I passed the last dangerous place and could jump to the ground. The unloosening of the tight-bound ropes quickly followed with his aid. All had gone well. So much for the incidental side. I now turn to the far more interesting and important matter of what I was able to note, verify, or restore. Bh1, 47, dy should, the reading of each letter is quite clear. Bh1. 51, Paranam, reading absolutely certain. Bh1. 55, Padid Bahai, so my photograph, percent, cf also Saket Avasia, flee for refuge. Bh1. 65, AVOBHS star. Barring this troublesome word, the entire line from Karaskayad Nyamia to Tidiskam to Haya is quite as given in Spiegel and in Weissbach and Bang, except that the G and U of Gamada's name are defaced, and the Y of Haya is illegible, owing to the weathering of the rock. The question arises with regard to the much discussed word beginning with V in the middle of the line. The latter part of the word is mutilated, but my memoranda show that we must accept 2 letters after his. The latter I have marked as apparently A, the former I noted at first as illegible, but added afterwards, probably right as C. This shows the bearing of Rawlinson's extremely doubtful as regards the C at least. A photograph which I took of the first part of the word VDBHS. D is interesting as showing that there is no I inserted either before or after the 6. This is a matter of importance for future reference. I am not unmindful of the various discussions of this word in the journals, the most recent being that of Gray, JAOS. 2356-60. Regarding Ahi or ABD of Airi, I unfortunately find on returning to America that I had made no special memorandum, but my inference from the absence of a note is that the text stands as first given by raw photograph of a sekshiox or the inscription of dar.s, Bihistan 1. 61-71, taken up on the ledge. I the cramped and imero and much more difficult than the aimsant. Faithful Pe, oil. Cow dangering 5 and decoy, MDRO, down seam joy each time remained, underscore JD the last the unloosen VED with his aid. RI, 1-3. T.VN to the far more, was able to note. Us \x snidge, happy face, quite cure. Ria, T. ABAA pat \1 IB, HV, CF also MUPCIRUVACI \M us \VAGIYA.K, 9 or the NIAM \VI. Os these com to M \GARAAE, Y, 4 GVA \FA Paravid FAC ed, and I the rock ramas da word AI, IIMAXAGA 6 VAER part of \NAVI \SA after high. IAUR5T we must \_7M marked as he former illegible, but probably vs the bearing I he see at least. 0.60 of the word ling as re is no I inserted after TB, MII, importance for IOL tidy various dis I in TH the most recent being OS. 23 Arding Ahi or ABD uately find aim to America that I.Ge inference from the asterisk I.VST given viv ka photograph of a section of the inscription of Darius, Bihistan 1. 61-71, taken up on the ledge, collating the cuneiform text 197 Linson, Obi, and also by Weisbach and Bang, because I had the latter volume with me on the rock and should probably have recorded a variation if there had been one. BH1. %Q, my memoranda and snapshot photographs of portions of 1, QQ show that this line stands as given in the accepted text, excepting the C in Drasamt and the final of MDA \MCA \. But this is a matter of minor importance. My snapshots also help to assure the accuracy of several other words in 11. 65-70, I only wish I had taken more photographs, despite the great difficulty in using a camera on the ledge. BH1. 86, MFYK dubbed, etc., the first letter of this word is very uncertain, but the notes which I made upon it on 2 different days seem to confirm the accuracy of the initial M. My notes on the last occasion remarked that the first part of the word looks more like WFY, and I twice sketched the remnants of the cuneiform characters, with a special comment on the very M scanty space between the and the Y. My second drawing in pencil indicates more especially the illegibility of the M which can be inferred, however, from the dots that are faintly visible, but can be made out only with difficulty. The same sketch seems to emphasize again the small space between it and the Y. On returning to America and gaining access to my books, I find that whereas in JRAS 10pxlv, Rawlinson first said, there would appear to be a sufficient space for 2 M letters between and A, he afterwards corrects the statement, JRAS 12p2, Appendix, cf. Bartholomew, if 12132 note, by noting there is only one character wanting in the word Makadiad. This later remark would agree precisely with my own independent observations. As to the correctness of 3/, which is not given in any of the editions except in that of Weisbach and Bang and is marked as doubtful by them, I have no hesitation. Both my pencil sketches of the cuneiform characters present a /, and so do my memoranda. The last part, dubbed of the word under consideration is perfectly clear, a 198 the Great Bihistan rock as my notes on each letter show. The only Avestan word that I can recall that is at all like this dubious W/Fava is A.B. McIntle's, Y.S. 38.3, or is it beasts of burden, cf. Socket Tumda. As to the reading of the two words Adam Kadram which stand before this provoking word, there is no uncertainty. BH1. 86, Ani Yamuzadrim, an examination and re-examination of the rock proves the certainty of this reading. The word divider precedes the U and is all right. The U itself, while not clear, can be made out sufficiently well, for I examined it on 2 different occasions in order to be perfectly sure. The S I found to be beyond question, and that without noticing the loss of any sign after it in the margin, as Foy, KZ 3536, would assume. The chiseling of drim in the following line shows that portion of the compound to be perfectly clear. Oppert's original conjecture usadrim would therefore be substantiated. I refrain here from entering into a discussion of the derivation of this much mooted word. BH1. 87, Ani Yahidasam, sick, /_. /Dnam, the form Ani Yahid as given, is accurate, though the word is damaged. The reading ASM of Spiegel and Kosowis, or Tasma /Cam/ of Friedrich Miller, WZKM. 1222, 11. 253, and as A of Weisbach and Bang, though the latter were on the right track, cf. Gray, AJP. 2121, must be abandoned. The word is simply Assam M horse, Ace SG. The at the end is very distinct, the S is very plain, and the initial A is quite clear. To these comments my notebook further adds, the word divider after it is quite clear. Further conjecture is therefore unnecessary, and I find that my observation as to the receives additional corroboration. 1. I should now be inclined to read Ma M *MBA, accepting the suggestion made to me by Professor Ferdinand Justi, in a letter dated November 25, 1903, and in his published notes in IV. Anziger, 17. 125. Similarly also Foy, KZ. 37 553, and Hdiesing, as mentioned by Justi, IV. Anziger, 17. 125. 2. Joy writes me, however, December 20, 1903, that he still believes that T.R. should be read and that the stonecutter made a mistake as the word stands at the end of a line Einsteinmetzversihan, USA Stat Ustra. I should feel considerable hesitation about accepting such a view. Ready IGS in the first column 199 from Rawlinson, who read ASMD nat/m, but he did not notice the word divider after Assam and consequently vocalized the word erroneously. The old difficulty, however, with regard to the obliterated prefix of a, ia/m, still remains. Over each of the cuneiform letters of the legible part, ani/m, I have my written o.k, i.e. all right, in notebook. But on examining the conjectural patty as prefix in Weisbach and Bang I have added a memorandum patty extremely questionable, my p the initial letter can hardly be at all. In fact, as notes continue, it is hardly possible to read the prefix, because the rock is so damaged. I appended a further note that the appearance of the word suggested rather upjadne/m or usdne/m. As to form and composition, neither of these prefixes would be impossible, as I have since found on being able to consult my Sanskrit dictionary on the verbal prefixes under im. But such a restoration is quite uncertain, though I tried my best to assure it by examining the weathered stone again and again. Whatever the prefix may be, the sense seems clear when combined with the new reading Assam, Ace SG for plur, special for general, and the sentence Ani Yahid Assam up Naam may be rendered, I brought up horse, s, for the rest, of the army. This interpretation is apparently also in accord with the Elamitic version, cf. Weisbach, AC Jadmeniden Inschriften Zweiter Art, pages 63, 64, and Foy, KZ. 37 554 BH1. 88, Exit Ovid, re-enter Abam. The reading of Spiegel, Kosowis, and Weisbach and Bang is wrong as far as Ovid is concerned, and that too despite the fact that Spiegel, Keilenschriften, 2d ed. p11, n88, is following the authority of Rawlinson's revision in JRAS 12p2, Appendix. The rock plainly gives Avum at this particular point, even though M. Ovid occurs often elsewhere in the inscriptions. The of Avum is clear, as is shown by my notes and my sketch of the one Messrs. King and Thompson, of the British Museum. Now write me, June 13, 1905, that they also read Assam, horse, s, and they suggest fared Nayam, I led forward, for the verb. 200 The great be his 10 rock cuneiform characters. The V is not quite plain, but can be made out. Regarding the initial A there is absolutely no doubt. In JRAS 10211, etc., Rawlinson originally read quite correctly Awamk Dram that army, just as in BH2. 20, 25, 41, 46, etc. There was no occasion for his departing from that. It may be added by way of supplement that the letters dva of the adjacent word \jpab\dva are right, though the first part of the word is broken. BH1 92 to 96, the T in Nadi Hahara, 192, is legible, and may reasonably be removed from italics in our transcribed editions of the text. I made an incidental note also that Disigiad, 193, is accurately recorded in our texts, and that Akamt, 196, though defaced, is still legible. There were evidences also that the rock has suffered since the days of Rawlinson. BH2 59 to 61, these three lines are precisely as given in Rawlinson and Spiegel. The lacuna indicated by Weisbach and Bang in WA. Avum K. Dram, 261, is wrong and is evidently due to a misprint, which misled Bartholomew, if 12135. In printing, the 2 points have accidentally slipped in by mistake from the fragmentary Yamanum in the next line. The reading is therefore MAND Avum K. Dram, as in Spiegel. This note applies consequently to the Weisbach and Bang edition alone. Much BH2 61, \registered trademark UR degree via RHYA, the first two letters are defaced, but the third letter, R, may be deduced from the 3 dots or holes left in the rock by the deeper cutting at the head of the wedge, although the less sharply chiseled parts of the letter have been marred by the disintegration of the rock. By practice on the rock the eye becomes accustomed to distinguishing such details, and the restoration can be made with comparative certainty. BH2 75, CF 289, Utsai \JJ Kasma \Abaham, etc., at the beginning of this line the Y of Utsa \E, though faint, is nevertheless to be inferred from the indentures or dots that are still quite distinguishable. Recall what was said above on such, the second and third columns 201 dots as means of restoration. The obliterated word, read as Kasma or Kaxma, yielded no new results and is equally illegible in both 275 and 289 at 275. I have merely noted regarding the fragments of an internal letter that it looks more like an H than it does like an S, but the likeness between the two letters in the cuneiform character leads easily to misapprehension, and certainly Kasma suits the sense, for the loss of an eye or both eyes, inflicted as a punishment in addition to other mutilations, is precisely what one notices or hears of in remote parts of Persia today, as in the days of King Darius. The site is destroyed by means of a red-hot iron brought near to the ball as noted, for example, by Landor, across coveted lands, 191. This latter observation may throw some additional light on the meaning of Avaham, 275. The reading of this word is beyond question. So also is Tavarid Mai, but the words Osta Adri are now illegible, still another proof of the damage done by the water since Rawlinson examined the rock some 60 years ago. Simply by way of record it may be worth adding that the last two words of this line, 275, Harabazim K/DRA, are in perfect condition at present. BH3. 87 to 91, some time was spent in trying to see if anything new might possibly be got out of the closing lines of the third column, but the action of the water had so completely obliterated the words that even the last two at the bottom of the tablet were less clear than they were to Rawlinson. Notes show that DP of Uzme / may be inferred from the faint remnants of these two letters. The last part of the word is alright. The K of Okaria HDM is apparently rightly read. I have added H is best, but have repeated that it is much damaged. BH4. 46. So far as the first three words /9 I have asked one Messrs King and Thompson write me they read U6SAM Abaham, with U6SA, I, CF, Socket AXA. There seem to be phonetic reasons against this, but I could understand Assam as a possibility, comparing AV as in Bartholomew, air. WBP 229, although a duel would rather be expected, I have not overlooked the remarks by Foy, KZ. 37 554-555. J 202. The Great Behistan Rock or Majda are concerned, the reading is as in the texts already cited, but I was able to make out the faint remnants of MZC, in the divine name. In the fourth word, like Rawlinson, I could only read the latter portion, or Mai, so there is still an opportunity for conjecture, and the suggestion of Gray, JAOS. 2362, to read Abd Mai for Abd Mai, is as satisfactory a way of filling the lacuna as any. The word Niyasai, furthermore, I have marked with an OK, alright, in my memoranda. BH4. 49, Ava /YD Paravota, the first two words are clear, but the verb is in bad condition. Its introductory part, however, can be made out, and I have marked the D as O.K, but with the latter part of the word I could do nothing. BH4. 50, Manye /Atai / despite the syntactical grounds favoring a subjunctive, we must accept a short A, judging from the rock. On the margin of my text I have distinctly recorded, no space for long D, what remains of the T comes directly after /. BH4. 51, Paravd Styad /Eid / DTD aha, etc., the first two words are quite clear on the rock, the remnants of the third one I read as DTD without looking at the printed text of Spiegel or of Weisbach and Bang, which I had with me. Rawlinson, followed by the later editors, gives only the final A, whereas I distinctly made out DTD independently, as stated. Weisbach and Bang conjecture why DTD, and compare Ilumkus. With regard to the next word, I have noted, DHA can be made out on the stone without question. The reading, therefore, is assured, and I have marked Devism and Osti as alright, but the naive between them is no longer clear, although it may be inferred from the appearance of the stone. Accordingly I have marked it OK, inferable. BH4. 53, Drea /Yao Stya /6 Ian Uram, the name of King Darius is apparently somewhat more damaged now than in Rawlinson's time, but that is a minor matter. More important one cf also Foy, KZ. 37 488, note. Problems in the fourth column 203 is a memorandum regarding the absence of any break before new ram. In my notes I have drawn a circle around the dots in the Weisbach and Bang edition, to indicate that the lacuna is to be struck out, and have added a definite memorandum, omit the space, the word new ram comes after the word divider that followed Stya /D of Foy's conjecture of ad, KZ. 3534, N1, is therefore needless. BH4. 64, NA /E Zurahara DHAM /, the last part of Nai is much broken, but the reading appears to be alright. On examining Zurakara I first noted not wholly clear, as the stone is somewhat marred, but still UZ*RKR does seem alright. On re-examining it the following day in a better light, I added that the reading is confirmed. On looking up Rawlinson I find that he gives the cuneiform quite clearly, which again bears out the idea that the rock has suffered since his time. As to down C, I have marked all right over DH in my copy and have added probably right with reference to what can be made out of the final M. The printed editions have the same. BH4 64 /90 Adam NAM80 Tomd. I was not able to make anything out of the missing letters that are indicated here by being enclosed in brackets, and I wrote absolutely illegible to me over Adam. But on the last day in the strong sunlight I corrected this by a supplementary remark that I fancied I could discern the A quite clearly, and remnants of the crossbar and upper parts of AD, together with a fragment of the horizontal wedge and possible traces of the indenture caused by the deep strokes in the nail heads of NW. This, therefore, is something towards assuring the accuracy of Adam. Regarding the first I in NAM80 I have noted that it is right, but broken badly. As to Tom there is no doubt. The reading is quite accurate, as in all our texts. The next three words, and those following them, called for much study, the results of which will now be given. BH4 64, Upari DLL /STDM Upari. I spent much of my last 2 days in examining this passage, which was one of the 204 the great Behistan rock incentives for my going to Behistan, because of the bearing of the whole sentence on the question of the religion of Darius as a Zoroastrian and the faith of the Achaemenian kings, which I have discussed in JAOS 21 169, 172 to 175. I returned to the line again and again, studied each word under different lights, sketched it, and made rubbings, so far as I could without injuring the stone, which I was fearful might in some way become defaced. The first of the two Uparis is much damaged and difficult to read, but on the last day I was fortunate in having bright sunlight, so that I could examine it well and compare it again and again with the similar word at the end of the line. I found distinctly that it is Upari, with W, not Apari as has been suggested, for example, by Foy, KZ 3545, and 1, 37. 502, where the Elamitic version is also discussed. This first Upari therefore remains unchanged, as in Rawlinson. I came to like results as to the second Upari, which is more distinct. Over its U in my text and over a part of P and over the Y I have written all right. Below the part pari I have marked much defaced. But on the following day of Hen the sun was bright, the word came out quite clearly, and I appended the note, it is all right. Therefore the second Upari must likewise stand, as in Rawlinson. I was most anxious, however, to examine the word between these two and to find whether it is a histm, a bastm, r, or drstdm, Foy's conjecture. See my remarks in the article already referred to, JAOS 21 169, 172 to 175. Great care and attention were given to the examination, and after working on the individual letters I made it a point to turn to something else and then to return again and again to verify my memo, my ronda and sketches. In the first place, there is no I in the word. Any such reading as a bastm must therefore be dropped. We have, accordingly, to do either with a bastm or with Foy's conjecture drstdm, the point being merely whether the text has a 5 or an R, because each of the other letters a.sidm is perfectly clear, as my memoranda again and again show. The whole UPAEI Arsht 205 question between the two muted letters is whether we have the slight horizontal midbar of the cuneiform IR or simply the two parallel wedges of the happy face. I must mention at once that the shape of the cuneiform character for R on the Behistan rock does not exaggerate the middle of the three horizontal strokes so much as does the type in our printed editions. I noticed this particularly, and my photographs taken on the ledge also bring it out. Therefore the middle wedge is naturally less prominent, and when defaced by the action of the water, as this word has been, it becomes very faint. Feeling of uncertainty arises as to whether the mark be an intended indenture or an accidental dot, because of the peculiar brownish mottled appearance of the somewhat porous stone when it is exposed to the disintegrating water. But each time I returned to the word I became surer that Foy is right and that R, not 5, is to be read. I examined the letter in comparison with the other rs in the vicinity, when these had suffered from the water, and always with the same result. I believe therefore that ARSHM, i.e. DRSTDM for Drheitum, Arshtat, uprightness, rectitude, is to be read with foi, and he is to be heartily congratulated on his shrewd conjecture. At the same time, I would suggest the need of caution in making further conjectures. The days spent up on the ledge at Behistan have made me more conservative than ever, and in cases of doubt I should generally rely on the faithful Rawlinson until the rock itself be examined. As to the beginning of the next line, which is variously given as MDM 90 as Diam 90, etc., I confess that when I first read the fragmentary second element I marked it as agreeing with 90 in the transcribed text which I had with me. But on re-examining the damaged fragment I recorded in my notebook that instead of Diam 90 it looks more like a long word ending in G-high or J-high. The former, HSY, is, however, better, and it seems so to be clear. Later I added again, it does one on the grammatical formation of the word, see also Toy, KZ. 37503. King and Thompson also read RCM letter dated June 15, 1905. 206. The Great Behistan Rock not look like 90. This makes the question of the reading 90 for a moment uncertain. On returning to America and gaining access to Rawlinson's draft of the cuneiform characters, I was interested in finding that he also has H-high, and he must likewise have had the impression of a longer word, as his /tflf seems to prove. Yet in his later revision, JRAS 12p8, Appendix, his cuneiform text runs up high *mmnsy with the word divider before mam, and with this reading Spiegel and the other editors have operated. Whatever we may say on that matter, the Elamitic version is certainly in favor of reading the second word as nai, for it has the usual negative particle in, not, as I find on consulting the text. BH4 65, Sakhorim, etc., the text in Spiegel and Casso is, partly following Rawlinson, gives Yupari \MDM 90 Sakhorim Huvatam Zura Ahunavam, Opert, Le Pupil et La Longue des Medes, p. 183, writes Yupari Dam 90 Ubdrim 90 Druvijdam Zara Akunavam, Father Miller, WZKM. 160, reads, Apari /Jadma Nae Sakhorim Nae /Hutam Zara Akunawam, Weisbach and Bang present Yupari Diam 90 Sakhorim /90 Huvatam Zura Akunavam, Foy, KZ. 3545, first suggested a correction of the text, i.e. in Dperiadyamzia verbazern, and he altered Sakhorim into Ukdrim and Huvatam into D Uskaram, on which see Bang, if. 8292, then Bartholomew, if. 12130, made the radical conjecture 90 Durim 90 Duravatam, finally Foy, KZ. 37557, shifted his ground and made a new guess, Dejarim. Ai Jaina Uvaham. One can only add that with regard to Sakhorim, suggestions for altering the text may be practically abandoned. The stone plainly gives Suri. Trf regarding the first three letters, Sa, W, there is no doubt, as a repeated examination of the word proved. The R, however, is very unclear, but the holes or dots of the defaced wedges would allow an R. The same is true of I, which looks somewhat like an A, but the dots M my favor an I. The final letter is marked in notes as even. The end of the fourth column 207 M less clear, but the dots would not be against, and on a third examination I became still surer of the M. I added a remark to the effect that the passage must have suffered since Rawlinson's time. BH4 65, and /AIE / regarding the word after Sakhorim, I have noted the N of 90Q after Saj Khorim can be made out by the dots. This reading is supported by the Elamitic, which again has in, not, just as it has before the word corresponding to Sakhorim. BH4 65, Bhavatam, for this much debated word, formerly read Huvatam, etc., I have now some new material to offer. The text is indeed much mutilated, but each of the letters MUVF*M is legible, although the final is in bad condition. On studying the first part of the word, I noticed that instead of an A, as is commonly supposed, we have another letter, a character that looks more like S. On looking closer, it became perfectly clear to me that the supposed S was not S at all, but apparently RI, although this might possibly be a mistaken reading for R, the uncertainty being due to the resemblance between the characters in the original cuneiform if the horizontal bars are somewhat marred. The sketch made in my notes, however, A looks precisely like NI. Further examination of the damaged M part revealed an apparent standing before this, so that we may assume that the word began with MBH4. 65, Zoroaster, etc. Each letter of these two words is legible, and the same is true with regard to each of the words that follow in this line. BH4. 66, VI92/D, this is rightly read, although the VHS broken, but O.K, and it is hard to be sure of the final A, although it is probably correct, as I have noted in my text. BH4. 68, Haya Aparam Ahai etc. These first three words of one, even if my reading be correct, I have no etymology to offer in explanation of the word, not even to compare Saket Manuvat as I doubtfully suggest at a hazard in JA08. 2424. I am not unmindful that the Elamitic version is read as Istakra, nor have I overlooked the various conjectures by the scholars I have mentioned in my paragraph on Sakhorim, above. 208. The Great Behistan rock the line are weathered and defaced, but they are rightly given in the texts. The same may be said of Italic Martiya of the editions, but the word is to be inferred from the stone. With regard to Drajana I have recorded weathered, but okay, the subjunctive alaity stands as in the editions, so does Hayavd, but it is weathered. Regarding A or M, the whole word, except the internal letters, is so weathered as to be practically illegible. BH4. 69, aha/E of AIMD dost of AI, etc. The first and third words are all right, so also is the first of AI, although it is hard to read. The last part of dost is scarcely legible, though it may be inferred from the appearance of the stone. The second of AI is illegible. The long word ahafrayadi is all right, but in part difficult to read. The imperative form is almost illegible. BH4. 71, 73, Vikandhi, so best with the letter TC, not S. BH4. 76, Avatai or Amajd, the first word is apparently all right, but almost illegible, the second, or divine name, is inferable, as to Majdnami, of Weisbach and Bang, for which Oppert conjectured Vazraham, Sefoy, KZ. 3547, 37. 558, I have written illegible above it. BH4. 77, Vikandli /I/dis, the K is fairly clear and best read so. The is omitted on the stone. By this time the westering sun, for one learns in Persia to live by the sun, warned me that I must descend for the last time from the rocky height in order to start once again for Hamadan and begin my journey to southern Persia. I was loath to leave, but leave I had to at last if I were to carry out my plans for seeing Isfahan, Persepolis, and Shiraz, and for visiting the Zoroastrians at Yezd before going to the capital and journeying thence to Merv, Bokhara, and Samarkand. On reaching the plain once more there was an opportunity to urge the inhabitants of Byzantine charily to guard their inscription and to tell them of the divine blessings which King Darius invoked upon all such as do so, and of the curses that were assured if it were injured. The sculpture of the Parthian king Gotarzes 209. I did not leave Behistan, however, without making an examination of the mutilated Parthian sculpture on the panel at the base of the hill, upon the right of the approach to the great inscription. The bas-relief has been nearly destroyed, but we know that it represents the triumph of the Parthian king Gotarzes, AD 46-51, over his rival Mithridates, who was likewise a Parthian, but was brought up at the court of the Roman Emperor Claudius, and made an unsuccessful attempt to gain possession of the Persian crown. An inscription, written in Greek, after the manner of the Philhellenic Parthi-ans records, or once recorded, the names of Mithridates the Persian. Gotarzes, satrap of satraps, i.e. king of kings, the son of Gev, but now the names are almost obliterated with the exception of Psitapsi, which can still be read distinctly. Most of the sculpture was destroyed about 100 years ago by an act of vandalism of a curious kind. A Persian overlord, Sheikh Ali Khan Zangana, cut an arch-shaped panel directly in the middle of the sculpture, in order to record, in an Arabic inscription, a gift of the income of 2 villages, which he donated for keeping up a caravanserai we had built at Baisaitun. Can but regret that his act of generosity led him to mutilate a valuable historic sculpture. The elements have likewise contributed much to the destruction of the bas-relief, which was but rudely carved at best, so that the carvings are greatly weathered, but it is still possible to distinguish 2 figures of heroic size on the left as one faces the panel, and vestiges of still another on the right. Above the latter there once were 2 small figures of mounted warriors, each armed with a spear, one pursuing the other. Over the latter's head, however, floats an angel holding a garland of victory. 2 these effigies symbolized the struggle between one. The arched panel is seen already in the sketch by Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 151, for a note on Sheikh Ali of Zangana, cf. Also 2. 85-86 These figures are to be seen in the drawings of Flandin and Coste, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 1. Plate 16, 19. 210 The Great Behistan Rock Mithridates and Gotarzes, but the figures are now nearly obliterated, and I could make little out of the sculpture, although much depends upon favorable light at the time when it is examined. 1. As we stand at the base of the panel and look out over the plain in the direction of the village of Baisaitun, the eye can plainly see the site of what must have been an ancient building, as indicated by the outlines of the walls. The natives call this Khosrow's place, Gdhik Khosrow / and possibly the Sasanian king once had a villa there, as the country roundabout was a favorite territory of his and his name is preserved in the locality in various ways. There is still one more relic of antiquity at Baisaitun, which I shall describe, because it seems to have escaped detailed notice in the books that I have consulted, although the monument is well known to the natives. Guides, when asked whether there were any carvings or inscriptions besides those which I had examined, told me that there was a sculpture on a large boulder around the right flank of the mountain, not far from the base of the cliff where the Gotarzes panel is cut. Pointing out the direction, they led me around the spur and then up a slight incline to a place where stood a huge boulder of stone, some 20 feet in circumference and 10 in height, carved on 3 sides with life-size figures in low relief. As I could not take a photograph, because it was too late in the afternoon, I made careful notes of the sculptures and shall describe them with more detail than might otherwise be necessary. The middle figure, facing the natural approach up the mound, is a bearded personage with mustache and hair distinctly marked, and wearing upon the head a roundish cap. 1 For the history of Gotarzes, and for bibliographical references concerning the inscription, see Justi, Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2 504-505, cf. Also Rawlinson, 6th Oriental Monarchy, pages 249-261. Mr. Ebino kindly sent me notes regarding the Greek inscription to supplement my own memoranda. Flanbin's sketch of the Gotarzes sculpture. The Parthian sculpture of Gotarzes, mutilated by a modern inscription. A sculptured boulder. 211 The close-fitting upper garment and tunic have no decoration, but a girdle is worn about the waist and a necklace encircles the throat, as 5 rings of the band can be distinctly seen. The left hand holds a bowl, the right hand is extended over a low column that may be a fire altar, and it holds some object which I could not make out, but which is apparently connected in some way with the oblation. The legs of the figure are very fat and are spread apart, as in walking, and they appear to be encased in greaves, or in coverings marked with grooved lines, which make them look like the buckskin leggings of a cricketer. In appearance the figure looks as if it might possibly be intended to represent a Magian priest, although it would be difficult to affirm this. There is certainly nothing either military or kingly in the bearing of the sculpture. The second figure is carved on the right side of the boulder. The face is fat and round and apparently without a beard, so that the head looks almost like that of a woman or a youth. There is a necklace about the throat, and a bracelet on the left arm, which is clearly marked, although the right arm is not distinct. The body is so poised as to throw the weight on the right foot, which is close to the left, as if making a step, and the fatness of the legs is as noticeable as in the case of the other effigy. The third figure occupies the left side of the boulder and appears to be approaching the central figure. Like that of the central figure, the face seems to have a scraggly beard, but this detail is not clear. The left arm is not visible, but the right is clearly carved, and in the hands something is held, which again is indistinct. The legs look as if they were covered by a low boot or cothurnus, somewhat after the manner of the sculptures at Persepolis. In pose the figure is quite lifelike. From the standpoint of art the figures are crude and heavy, although not wholly lacking in effectiveness. The plumpness of the legs in each case is striking, and it reminded me of the bas-reliefs over the inscriptions of Darius which I had been 212 the Great Behistun rock examining, and also of some of the Achaemenian sculptures at Persepolis. There was no evidence of the flowing trousers or the balloon-shaped hats that belonged to the Sasanian period. On the whole I believe that the sculptures on this monolith near the Behistun rock are to be ascribed to the Achaemenian era rather than to any other. Time was now up, and I left the scene of the great inscription on Friday afternoon, April 17th, feeling painfully aware that I might have accomplished more if my time had been longer and my means greater, but happy in heart at the thought of having possibly contributed something toward our better knowledge of the Behistun text of the inscription of Darius, and inspired by the hope that an opportunity may in some way be offered me to go again and complete such parts as had to be left undone at the moment. Chapter 15 Taki Boston and Kermanshah near Kermanshah, and between Hamadan and Holban, is the castle of Shireen. The name Shireen in Persian signifies sweet, and she was the favorite slave of King Perviz. Yakut, Mahma al-Buldan, S.V. Kermazan. The crags of Mount Bisaytun looked black and gloomy through a mass of fog in the early dawn as I rode out of the my manzil, after first 2 days at the scene of the inscription, and directed my way toward the city of Kermanshah and the beautiful villa of Taki Boston in its environs. This latter place was a famous park in Sasanian times, 13 centuries ago, and it is still renowned for its ancient sculptures. As it was necessary to make only a slight detour on my way to reach it, I decided to go to Taki Boston before proceeding to Kermanshah. 1. My road lay through a rolling plain bounded on the north by the mountain ridge of Kuparo, which runs from Bisaytun to Taki Boston, and on the south by spurs of the great range of hills that extend past Kermanshah into Luristan. This tract of country is one of the richest pasture lands in Persia and is renowned for the good horses which it produces and for which Persia has ever been famous. It is well watered by the Gamashab River, which runs past Bisaytun, and the river Karasug, which joins with the latter not far from Kermanshah and converts the region into a succession of meadows. The nomad tribes of the Ilyots pitch their black tents for a longer stay within point of time. This chapter falls between my 2 different sojourns at Bisaytun, which I have combined in the preceding chapter. 2 Darius calls Persia the land of good horses, Bavaspa, in his inscription, Dar. Persd 8. 213-214 Taki Bostan and Irmanshah their flocks when they reach this fertile belt, and they dot the my green plains for miles with their portable villages. Own small caravan quickened its pace as the sun burned the mist away, and we traversed the 20 miles quickly, reaching Taki Boston before 10, having passed in that time to scenes associated with events 1,000 years later than Achaemenian and Bisaytun. The sculptures of Darius and the carvings of the Parthian Gotartzes gave place to bas-reliefs cut by Sasanian kings, and the cuneiform characters of the Achaemenian inscriptions were transformed into the cursive ligatures of the Pahlavi script of the Middle Persian period. Tak-i Boston lies about 4 miles northeast of Karansha and now forms part of the estate of a wealthy Persian landowner, the late Haji Aga Hassan, Vakil ad-Dawla Deputy of State, and British agent at Kermanshah. The people look upon the enclosure as a pleasure ground, and many of them have forgotten that it was once a chosen seat of the Sasanian kings. Its situation is certainly a delightful one. Couched at the base of the mountain ridge that runs from Bisaitun, and richly supplied with water that springs from the mountain's feet and converts the enclosure into a garden, the place when I saw it showed traces of the veritable paradise that it must have been in the palmy days of the Sassanid set. The name Tak-i Boston, which often sounds like Tgi Bostan, or is even turned into Taoyustan by a slovenly labial pronunciation among the peasants, means Arch of the Garden and is given to the enclosure because of the arched recesses carved in the rocky base of the mountain. The place is often called also Tak-i Boston, Throne of the Garden, apparently from a stone ledge cut high in the rock above the arches and approached by 100 or more steps in the face of the cliff. In earlier times it was sometimes popularly known as one. The Arab geographer Tbn Costa, Aboyat AD 950, speaks of these steps as numbering about 250, in his Kitab al-Aldk and Nafiza, ed. Dagoj, Beal. Geographic Arab. 7 166. CP 224, below. The sculptured panel at Tak-i Boston, from De Morgan, Mission Scientifique and Perse, AGA Eden of the Sasanian kings. 215 shot is from the statue of Khosrow's horse, and sometimes spoken of as Kasra Ismrln, Castle of Shireen, from the beautiful favorite of Khosrow Pervez. The former name we know from Ibn Rasta and Al-Hamadhani, 1,000 years ago, and the latter, Shireen's castle, from Yakut, 2 centuries later, who mentions it as a place containing the remains of many porticos, halls, pavilions, great vaulted arches, lofty terraces, gardens, and a park, which surpassed in magnificence even the splendor of its royal founder. Xhe name Kasra-i Shireen, however, belongs more strictly to the great mass of ruins known by that title some 80 miles westward from Kermanshah, near the Turkish border. A wall surrounds the park of Tak-i Boston, and as we pass through the crumbling gateway we find ourselves directly on the edge of a miniature lake, a reservoir about 120 yards square, fed by the waters which burst from beneath the massive rock that overlooks its crystal surface, and find outlet in the reservoir below, whence they stream through a number of channels used for irrigation. Pathway shaded by willows leads around the pond, and by the water's edge and near its channels there are to be seen several fragments of white marble columns, capitals of pillars, and some broken pieces of statuary dating from Sasanian times. Comparatively modern 2-story building belonging to the Vakil ad-Dawla stands as a pavilion on the edge of the pond at the point where the water rushes into it. The whole scene when I saw it, clothed in the rich green of springtime and set off by a background of blue sky. 1 Ibn Rasta, ed. Dagoj, 7. 166, see preceding note, and Al-Hamadhani, ed. Dagoj, 5. 214 to 215, Shabdas, and 5. 211, Kasra-i Shireen. 2 Yakut, p. 448, cf. also pages 438, 345. 3 drawings of these may be seen in Flandin and Kost, Voyage and Perse, Ancien, 1. Plates 1 to 14, 17, 17, *. This villa does not appear in the sketch made nearly a century ago by Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 169, pi. 61, nor were the reservoirs full, judging from his drawing and description of the place, but the water is to be seen in Flandin's plate, Voyage and Perse, Ancien, 1 pi 3, which I have reproduced below. 216 TAEI Boston and Kermanshah, that brought the rugged outline of the bare hills into bolder relief, was picturesque in the extreme and reminded me of some Italian villa, but I can imagine that much of its beauty may be lost when the water of the reservoirs dries up or is reduced to a running stream, which happens in the drought of summer. To the visitor at TACI Boston, the most interesting feature is the collection of Sasanian bas-reliefs sculptured in two large grottos that are hewn in the bosom of the rock and carved upon a panel on its lower surface. These sculptures are perhaps the best extant examples of Sasanian art, and they show Roman influence of the Byzantine period, with a possible trace of Greek art due to Alexander's conquest. There are three separate groups of bas-reliefs, and I shall discuss them in the order of their arrangement, and probable sequence of time. I shall begin with the one on the panel at the base of the rock, then proceed to the two statues in the smaller grotto, and conclude with the elaborate sculptures in the larger vaulted recess. The first set of bas-reliefs, and presumably the oldest, although this is not certain, consists of four figures carved on a smoothed surface of the rock next to the villa and covering an expanse of about 18 feet by 10. Special interest attaches to the group, as I have stated in my Zoroaster, because it has been thought that the figure to the extreme left may represent the prophet of ancient Iran. For that reason I devoted particular attention to it on the occasion of my visit to TACI Boston. I shall briefly describe the composition of the sculptured ground. The two figures to the right represent personages of royal rank. The central one is a king who stands with a triumphant air, his left hand on his sword and his right hand grasping a rib. 1 Justi, Empire of the Persians, p. 258, De Morgan, Mission Scientific 4. 309, 333, and CFP 221, below. See my Zoroaster, pages 288 to 294. Consult in this connection the accompanying photograph. The nimbus crowned figure Sasaniajs are bas-reliefs 217 bond-decked coronet, which he receives from or bestows upon a second personage of lofty bearing. The latter stands before him with the right hand on the chaplet and the left resting gracefully upon the hip. Both figures wear crowns, the central one a helmet-shaped cap surmounted by the globular adornment commonly seen in the sculptures of the Sasanian kings, but conventionalized here into a bulb, the other wearing a mural crown, beneath which thick, flowing hair is seen. Both figures have the characteristic Sasanian head decoration, sarpayaske, of streamers and veil hanging down behind, and the remainder of their ornaments and dress belong also to that period. So much for the two royal personages. Directly behind the central figure stands a third, differing from the other two in that he has his head encircled by a halo of rays and his feet resting upon a heavily carved sunflower, while he raises before him in both hands a long fluted staff. This image the Parsis of India, as well as the Gabbers of Persia, have taken to represent Zoroaster, and they have made it the basis of all the pictures of their prophet, a matter which I discussed with them in Bombay and likewise at Yazd. For this reason I shall give further details regarding the sculpture, making use largely of my memoranda as I jotted them down on the spot, and then I shall briefly touch upon the question of the identification of the image. The outlines of the figure are good, and in general the pose is excellent, the weight being thrown slightly upon the left foot. The body is clothed in a tunic-like robe, belted at the waist and richly set off at the neck by an embroidered border with tassels. The elaborateness of this decoration makes it difficult to decide whether a necklace is worn, as appears in the case of the central figure, or whether the band at the throat is a part of the decorative edging of the garment. The tunic itself falls into natural folds, the effect of which is particularly good in respect to the wrinkles at the elbow, and the tunic is decorated quite as much as those of the other two figures, 218 TAKI Boston and Kermanshah, although the belt is simpler than the ornate girdle of the central figure and is more like the belt of the figure to the right. The nimbus about the head is sharply cut, and a cap of some sort, though not surmounted by the globular ornament, covers rich hair which can still be seen despite the damaged condition of the statue. It looks as if earrings might have been worn, but this is uncertain because we have no evidence of such a decoration in the case of the other figures. The upper lip is covered with a short straight mustache, and the chin is bearded with a curly beard. The expression of the face is hard to catch because the eyes, nose, and forehead have been destroyed, probably at the time of the Mohammedan conquest, by some iconoclast that carried out the commandment of the Quran against graven images. The staff in the hand has not been broken, however, and the grooved lines which run parallel with its entire length are plainly visible and resemble the flutings on the scabbard of the middle figure. As in the case of the others, the peculiar headdress with crinkled streamers, and the wavy scarf flowing down from the shoulders to a point below the waist are particularly noticeable. The trousers are flowing and heavily fringed, as in the case of the other two figures, and the footgear, which appears to include spurs, is quite the same as theirs. The sunflower beneath the feet of the image, an early symbol of sun worship, is a triple flower, and the stem from which it rises is clearly marked. The size of the entire statue is more than that of an ordinary man, being 7 feet from crown to foot. One crack in the rock has cut the sarpush in two, and in this fissure a plant had taken root, but I had it dug out so that it should not enlarge the split and damage the sculpture any more than it has done. 2. I add here the more important measurements of this figure, which I took with the assistance of the Eve N.L.U.R. of Hamadan, who accompanied me on my visit to Tak-I Boston. Height of the image, 7 feet, 213 centimeters, breadth across the shoulders, 2 feet, 62 centimeters, height of head, including cap, 1 foot 7 inches. 48 centimeters, length from waist to top of head, 3 feet in. 93 centimeters, length from waist to sole of foot, 3 feet in. 120 centimeters, diameter of sunflower, 2 feet 4 f in. 72 centimeters, length of staff, nearly 4 feet, 119 centimeters. The sculptured figure of the fallen foe at Tak-I Boston. A group of 4 figures. 219. A fourth figure completes the group. It is that of a prostrate warrior who is trampled beneath the feet of the 2 victorious kings, the one of whom to the right tramples upon his head, the other upon his feet. The head of the fallen foeman rests limply upon the left arm in a manner intended, apparently, to portray death. The helmet, which differs from the others, is decorated by a band that seems to be jeweled and is set off by large bosses, which might be thought to be pearls in a massive setting, but are more probably the studding of the iron-nailed crown of the Parthian kings. The face is bearded, although the whiskers are not curly like the others. In the case of this figure also iconoclasts have perpetrated their vandalistic work. The entire trunk of the body has been shattered to such a degree that much of the effect of the sculpture is lost, but the remains of the sword, although much damaged, can be traced beneath the body, and the scabbard is marked with sharp grooves, which show up sufficiently to be noticed and compared with the furrows on the sheath of the central figure, which they resemble. The folds of the mantle, moreover, can be clearly seen at the arms, neck, and shoulders, and there is a jeweled collar or necklace worn about the throat. The legs of the fallen enemy have a different sort of buskin from the others, but in size the image is not less heroic than they, since it measures 7 feet 2 f in. 220 centimeters, in length from head to foot. The question of the identity of this and the other 3 figures of the group, as I have stated in the book already referred to, is still open to discussion. The trend of present opinion is against identifying the nimbus-crowned figure with Zoroaster, even though opinions may vary as to the other 3 effigies. The latest and best authority on the subject, Professor Ferdinand Justi of Marburg, maintains the view which he formerly expressed to the effect that it represents the sun. 1 For the nail-studded helmet of the Parthian kings Vologases and Artaban at Nakshari Rustam, see Justi, Grundr. Iran. Filal. 515-516. Gmi Zoroaster, pages 289-293. 220 Taki Boston and German Shagad Mithra, that the central figure is Ardashir, and that the figure to the right is Ormuzd, who is bestowing upon him a chaplet of victory on the occasion of his overthrow of the Parthian dynasty represented by Artaban v. the fallen foe. I must confess that, although the radiated figure may not portray Zoroaster personally, it represents to me an embodiment of the religion, the authority of church and state combined in some Magian vizier, or priestly chancellor, who blesses the occasion by his presence, while the other figures seem to me to represent Ardashir and his son Sapur, Shapur, triumphing over the fallen fortunes of the Parthian dynasty represented by Artaban at their feet. The second group of bas-reliefs is carved in the smaller of the vaulted chambers, a few yards beyond the sculptures just described, and the identity of the personages is fortunately given by inscriptions adjoining the images. The two effigies are carved in the tympanum of the vaulted recess, and the vault itself is nearly 20 feet wide by 17 high and 12 deep. The sculptures represent two kings, larger than life-size, standing side by side. Each monarch holds perpendicularly before him a sword, blade downward, the point of which rests upon the ground, while the hilt is clasped in both hands which rest over it. The style of dress, including the balloon-shaped headgear, is characteristically Sasanian, and the identity of each king is made known by the inscription beside it. Sapor II, son of Hormizd, stands to the right, and his son Sapor III to the left. The former reigned for 70 years, AD 309 to 379, during a period which was one of the brightest in Sasanian history, though stained by cruel persecution of the one. See Justi, Life and Legend of Zarathustra in Avesta Studies, etc., in honor of Peshhotanji Sanjana, p. 157, Strasbourg, 1904. The Zoroastrians of Yezd gave me a metaphysical explanation of the sculpture, interpreting the prostrate figure as representing one's evil nature overcome and trodden underfoot. They regard the figure with the halo as probably Zoroaster, and seem to associate it in some way with a sculpture at Balkh, but they did not appear to be quite positive on the subject. My 2GGG also Zoroaster, p. 291. The larger and the smaller arched Tak-I Boston, or the arched garden statues in the smaller arch 221 Christians in Persia, the latter, Sapor III, ruled only 5 years, AD 383 to 388, and was then assassinated in an uprising of the soldiers and succeeded by his brother, Bahram IV, the founder of Kermanshah. The larger arch directly adjoins the smaller recess and is nearly double its size, measuring 24 feet in width, 22 in depth, and more than 30 in height. It is far more elaborate in its arrangement and more ornate in its decoration, and contains several sets of carvings instead of a single group. Around the outer edge of the arch there is carved in alto relievo a border that resembles a heavy cording faced with a notched beadwork of a lotus pattern, which lends a graceful finish to the sweep. The base of the arch is balanced on either side by heavily carved panels filled with conventional floral designs in scroll form. The framework above the vault is cut in such a manner as to resemble miniature battlements, and a streamered crescent in high relief crowns the point which would correspond to a keystone in mason work. On either side of this emblem hover two winged victories, like angels, bearing coronets and cups, and they are sculptured in Roman style. The design throughout shows the influence of Byzantine art and is thought to have been executed by Grecian artists from Constantinople, an inference which would be borne out by the statement of Al-Hamidhani, that the sculptor was Fatis, or Cadus, Ibn Nimr Rumi, i.e. of Rum, the Byzantine Empire, who was the architect also of Kvarnak in Kufa. 1 See Justi, Girundr. Iran. Filal. 2 525, and for reproductions of the sculptures and inscriptions, consult Flandin, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 1. Pi. 3, from which my photograph is taken, Kerporter, Travels, 2. 188, Violafoy, L'Art Antique, 5. 115, 120, 122, and, especially for the inscription, consult De Morgan, Mission Scientifique, 2. 104 to 105, pi. XXXI, 4. 310 to 318, pi. XXXVI, and figure 185, GP 142, above. Al-Hamidhani, ed. Dagoge, Bibl Geographic Arab. 5 214. For a more detailed description of this arch and the other, see Kerporter, Travels, 2. 169 to 195, Curzon, Persia, 1. 560 to 563, De Morgan, Mission Scientific, 4. 304 to 335. See also Justi, Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2 527. For the name Fatis or Cadus, perhaps a disguised form of Farhad, CP 226, and 2, below. 222 Taki Bostan and Germanschat on the outer wall, adjoining the steps to the right, there has been cut in recent times a panel, which looks like a church window, and in it is carved a modern Persian inscription commemorating a visit of the late Shah Nasr ad-Din. This, however, has nothing to do with the grotto or its sculptures, which antedated by 13 centuries. These carvings, although 2 centuries later than the bas-reliefs which have previously been described, and showing a corresponding advance beyond them in the matter of artistic design and execution, are to be assigned to the time of the Sasanian king Khosrow Parviz. Khosrow Parviz, with whom we have already become acquainted as Chosroes II in the chapter on Takht-i Sulayman, had a reign of nearly 40 years, AD 590 to 628, and enjoyed great prosperity during a part of it, although his later years were marred with misfortune and darkened by defeat. The present sculptures were made when he was at the zenith of his fortune, and they portray happy scenes in his life. As we enter the vaulted chamber we see carved on the right a hunting scene in which the king is engaged in pursuit of the deer, a favorite sport with the Persian kings from the time of Cyrus the Great, and on the left is chiseled a panel showing Khosrow hunting the wild boar. Each of the groups is spirited in conception, although imperfect in execution, especially in the manner of representing perspective. The panel of the boar hunt, moreover, appears not to have been completely finished and polished. Nevertheless, both bas-reliefs have a historic interest and an archaeological value. Still more important are the 2 great bas-reliefs on the rear wall, and I shall describe these with some detail. The wall is divided by a carved ledge into 2 parts, an upper and a lower. The lower portion is devoted to a huge equestrian statue of Khosrow, representing him as mounted upon a war horse of gigantic size. This is Khosrow's favorite charger Shabdas, black as night, a steed praised by Oriental writers as the nonpareil of horses. He is caparisoned in heavy war I/MKS-I*K. IIMI-1, K, sculptures in the larger arch 223 trappings, the poitral or metal flounce which protects his chest, being richly ornamented with tassels artistically chiseled, but here again iconoclasts have marred the effect of the figure by mutilating the animal's head and legs. The royal rider is of a superhuman size and is clad in massive armor. Coat of mail covers his body, a casque with chain hangings protects his head, and a round shield held in the left hand guards his breast, while the right hand poises an enormous spear. All the details of the king's accoutrements, including the quiver at his side, are executed with great care and will bear the closest scrutiny of the archaeologist. The upper part of the rear wall is occupied by a 3-fold group resting upon the carved ledge directly above the Equestrian statue. In the middle of the group stands the king in full regalia, holding his sword before him, with the point resting upon the ground. With his right hand he receives a chaplet decked with streamers, which is presented by a bearded figure clad in a long mantle belted at the waist, a tunic, and heavy trousers that do not reach quite to the ankle. The third figure, directly at the king's right, is that of a woman, who presents to the king a garland of victory and pours upon the ground at the same time a libation from a vessel held in her left hand. There is no doubt that in this 3-fold group, as in the case of the equestrian statue, the king is Khosrow. But before I discuss the interpretation of the scene that is represented, I shall quote from some of the Oriental writers who described this bas-relief and the equestrian statue 1,000 years ago. The earliest notice of the sculptures that I have been able to find is the one quoted above from Al-Hamadhani, AD 903, who devotes to Shabdas and its wonders a section in his geographical work written about 3 centuries after Khosrow's time. The photograph which I have of the group no longer leaves any doubt that the figure is that of a woman, as stated also by the Oriental writers 1,000 years ago, although some later writers have been in doubt on the subject. 224 TAKI Boston and German Shah. It is one of the wonders of the world, and its sculptor was Fatis, or Katis, ibn Nimr Rumi, who was the builder of Kvarnak in Kufa. He then devotes a paragraph to the praises of the horse Shabdas, and says that if two men came from the farthest ends of Iran, Fergana and Susa, to see the sculpture, they would not have any occasion to regret the journey. To the same period belongs the more detailed notice by Abudil of Misar, AD 940, quoted by Yakut. The monument of Shabdas is 1 farsakh from the town of Kermazan, Kermanshah. Carved there in the rock is the figure of a warrior whose head is surmounted by a helmet and whose body is protected by a coat of mail. The workmanship of the armor is so perfect that you would declare that the joints of the mail coat were movable and twisted as you examined them. The statue is that of Khosrow Parviz mounted upon his horse Shabdas, and as a sculpture there is nothing comparable with it in the world. In the same arch there are also several carved figures of men, women, foot soldiers, and horsemen. Before the king there stands a man who looks like a workman. Upon his head he wears a round cap and about his waist a girdle. In his hand he holds a cup, out of which he pours water upon the earth, and it seems to run under his feet. The third figure is the image of Shireen, the favorite slave of Perviz. A third writer belonging to the same epoch, Ibn Rasta, about AD 900 to 950, gives a similar account. It is a distance of 3 farsakhs from Kermazan to Shabdas. The latter is an arched recess hewn in the mountain, and in it there are pictures of various birds and other representations. In the bosom of the vault there is a sculpture of a man wearing a coat of mail, and in front of him the effigy of a woman, who, they say, is Shireen, and on the side of the arch is a figure of a man, from under whose feet one Al-Hamadhani, ed. Dagoj, Beal. Kiog. Arab. 5214 to 215. 2. Here begins the description of the threefold group above the equestrian statue. 3. Here a digression is made by the author, who quotes at considerable length Al-Hamadhani's account of Shabdas. Abudil of Misar, cited by Yakut, pages 345 to 347. The attribute of the vessel of water would seem to refer to the figure at the king's right rather than to the one at his left, as seen in the photograph of the sculpture and in the published drawings of the bas-relief. The equestrian statue of Ahasuerus Parviz 225. There flows a stream of water large enough to turn the 2 stones of a mill. On the other side there are about 250 steps, which are hewn in the rock from below to above the arch. Contemporaneous with these accounts is the allusion by a 4th writer, the well-known Masudi, AD 944, who speaks of these sculptures of Khosrow and Shabdas. He i.e. the horse Shabdas, is carved in the mountain in the district of Kermazan in the region of Dinavar and Mahalki, Fagh. In these sculptures Khosrow and the horse are represented beside others. Because of the marvelous pictures sculptured in the rock, this place is one of the curiosities and wonders of the world. Scholarly opinion is unanimous in agreeing that the central figure of the group represents Khosrow, although the views differ with regard to the interpretation of the other 2 figures, some authorities maintaining that the feminine figure to the right of the king is Anahita, goddess of the streams, and that the effigy to the left is the god Ormus. The most probable identification, in part at least, was given more than 1,000 years ago by the anonymous poet from whom Yakut quotes a verse, which gives the names of the figures as Khosrow, Shireen, and the high priest of the Magi. The natives today, as of old, all regard the feminine figure as Shireen. According to some accounts she was the daughter of the Byzantine emperor Mauritius, and a Christian, and Khosrow fell in love with her at the time when he was in exile from Persia at her father's court. The scene, 1 Ibn Rasta, ed. Dagoj, Beal. Geog. Arab. 7166. I am indebted to Dr. A. Yabanan for this version from the Arabic. 2 Masudi, Les Prairies CV or, ch 24, ed. Barbie de Maynard, 2. 215 For help with the Arabic I am again in debt to Dr. Yohanan. 3 Such a view is held by Justi, Empire of the Persians, p. 275, although the central figure is there called Sapir II, and Gh. Iran. Filal. 2540, where the origin of the sculpture is Q attributed, by implication, to Khosrow Pervez. G. Rawlinson, 7th Oriental Monarchy, pi. Facing p. 613, calls the 2 figures by the side of the king emblematic asterisk for the view that Shirin, or Sara, was a Christian. See Rawlinson, /SFVE/I Oriental Monarchy, p. 497. According to Justi, Iranisha's Namenhach, p. 302, she was an Aramtian from Khuzestan and is said to have been the daughter of Mahin Banu, although the latter point has been questioned. 226 Taei Boston and Kermanshah it has been Thoglit, represents Khosrow receiving back his crown at the hands of Mauritius, who had espoused his cause, and obtaining at the same time in marriage the Princess Shirin, who bestows upon him as a dower a share in her crown. Popular tradition repeats many legends of Shirin and Khosrow, and of her admirer Farhad, the royal sculptor, who was attracted by her beauty and is said to have executed the group at the king's command. 2 JJE Story of the enamored artist's passion was a favorite theme with the older Persian poets, but Nizami has carried off the palm by his romantic treatment of it in his poem entitled Khosrow and Shirin. According to this version of the story, Khosrow discovered the admiration of Farhad for Shirin and took advantage of it to evoke new miracles in marble from the inspired sculptor's chisel under promise of receiving Shirin's favors as a reward, and to this fact we owe the sculptures at Tak-I Boston, like many others in Persia, according to the popular view. Farhad's chef d'oeuvre, however, was to be the accomplishment of the Herculean task of cutting a channel through Bisaytun and leading a stream from the other side of the valley, after which the longed-for boon was to be bestowed. Nizami's verses immortalize the achievement of the task and its fatal consequences. I quote them from a free poetic version in English. **** On lofty Basatown the lingering sun looks down on ceaseless labors, long begun the mountain trembles to the echoing sound of falling rocks, that from her sides rebound. Each day all respite, all repose denied. No truce, no pause the thundering strokes are plied the mist of night around her summit coils, but still Farhad, the lover artist, toils, one thus Kerporter, travels, 2. 186, and after him Kurzu, Persia, 1. 561,562, Kiesh, Ancient Persian Inscriptions, p. 198, Bombay, 1889. 2. It might possibly be suggested that the name of Farhad is preserved in a disguised form as Facius or Catus in Al-Hamadhani, quoted above, p. 224. See also pages 584, 188, above. Asterisk quoted by Costello, Poe's Garden of Persia, pages 84 to 92, London, 1845, 1887, New ed., pages 91 to 97, London, 1899. Farhad's tragic love for Shirin 227 and still the flashes of his axe between he sighs to every wind, alas! Shiru alas! Shirin! My task is well nigh done, the goal in view for which I strive alone. Love grants me powers that nature might deny and, whatsoe'er my doom, the world shall tell, thy lover gave to immortality her name he loved so fatally so well. The piles give way, the rocky peaks divide. The stream comes gushing on a foaming tide, a mighty work, for ages to remain. The token of his passion and his pain. As flows the milky flood from Allah's throne, rushes the torrent from the yielding stone, and sculptured there, amazed, stern Khosrow stands. And sees, with frowns, abate his harsh commands, while she, the fair beloved, with being rife, awakes the glowing marble into life. Around the pair, lo! Groups of courtiers wait. and slaves and pages crowd in solemn state from columns imaged wreaths their garlands throw, and fretted roofs with stars appear to glow, fresh leaves and blossoms seem around to spring, and feathered songs their loves are murmuring, the hands of Paris might have wrought those stems. Where dewdrops hang their fragile diadems and springs of pearl and sharp-cut diamonds shine, new from the wave, or recent from the mine. Alas, Shireen, at every stroke he cries, at every stroke fresh miracles arise. For thee these glories and these wonders all, for thee I triumph, or for thee I fall, for thee my life one ceaseless toil has been. Inspire my soul anew, alas, Shireen. The sequel of this rapturous devotion is a tragic one. The keynote is struck in 2 lines, Ah, hapless youth! Ah, toil repaid with woe, a king thy rival, and the world thy foe. 228 TAKI Boston and Kermanshah Khosrow, in his anxiety to be relieved from fulfilling his promise to the sculptor, resorted to the counsel of an old hag, who engaged, for a rich reward, to free the monarch from the necessity of redeeming his pledge. Entrusted with the task, this messenger of evil portent proceeds to the lofty rock where Farhat is employed, and hoarsely whispers her fatal falsehood. Cease, idle youth, to waste thy days, she said, by empty hopes a visionary made, why in vain toil thy fleeting life consume to frame a palace? Rather hew a tomb. Even like sere leaves that autumn winds have shed, perish thy labors, for Shireen is dead. He heard the fatal news, no word, no groan, he spoke not, moved not, stood transfixed to stone. Then, with a frenzied start, he raised on high his arms, and wildly tossed them towards the sky. Far in the wide expanse his axe he flung, and from the precipice at once he sprung. The rocks, the sculptured caves, the valleys green, sent back his dying cry, alas, Shireen. Even when robbed of its poetic garb, the story seems to have an element of truth as its basis, and the legend lends a romantic interest to the villa of Shireen and its sculptured halls. Another monument of Khosrow, a platform on which royal assemblies were held, was located in the vicinity of Kermanshah, according to Yakut, and probably not far from Tak-I Boston. I shall quote Yakut's own words describing it. Near Kermanshah is situated the famous platform where Khosrow Parviz received homage in royal assembly from the kings of China, Turan, India, and Byzantium. It is a quadrilateral, 100 cubits long and 100 cubits broad, built of dressed blocks of stone, skillfully matched and joined together by iron clamps so closely that they look like a single piece. This description should be sufficient to allow an identification of the location of the platform to be made, as some remains of one Yakut, p. 438. The road to Kermanshah 229. The structure must exist, but I am unable to give any precise information on the subject myself, although there are ruins near Tak-I Boston and the natives point out some mounds as the site of Khosrow's palace. I noticed also some marble walls and columns on the road between Kermanshah and Bysaitan. I have made my description of Tak-I Boston somewhat more detailed than otherwise might be expected, because of the historic associations connected with the place, and we may now resume our journey to Kermanshah, which lies about 4 miles to the south-southwest on rising ground that commands a considerable view over the plain. To reach the city I found it was necessary to take a somewhat circuitous route, as the Karasu River, though ordinarily narrow, was now swollen by floods and could be forded only at a particular point. Leaving the miniature lake and its associations with the name of Shireen, our cavalcade proceeded on its way, and we soon were approaching a modern 3-story building, near the river, which looked in the distance like a European apartment house suddenly transported to Persia, where stately houses are a rarity. I found it was a ducal palace belonging to the family of one of the former governors of Kermanshah, Imam Ghilai Mirza, known as Imad ad-Dawla, and hence the building was called the Ahmadiyya. It is now going to rack and ruin, because the heirs of the original owner have failed to keep up this villa and its grounds, in order to avoid the expense it would entail to entertain in it with lavish hospitality each new governor that assumes the administration of Kermanshah. Hardly had we crossed the Karasu and ridden a mile farther toward the city than we were completely enveloped in a snow. One see the plan of Tak-I Boston in Flandin and Cost, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 1. Pi. 1-2 Information from Mr. H. L. Cabino. 8. See likewise Wilson, Handbook A of Asia Minor, p. 327. Takt Ikos Ru was pointed out to me nearby Saitun, but this was too far from Kermanshah answer to Yakut's description. I am not unmindful that there are ruins at Kasra-i Shirin, Sar-i Pool, and Takt-i Gira, cf. De Morgan, Mission Scientific, 4. 335 to 357 230 TAKI Boston and Kermanshah squall, which was severe enough to blot out the recollection that we had been lunching only a short time before in a garden of springtime, and to leave only a memory of the snowstorms produced by the black art of the sorcerers in the Shahnameh. But it soon passed over, and in another half-hour the tin-covered minarets of the mosques of Kermanshah and the lofty towers of the governor's palace shone out in the afternoon sun. Kermanshah, or Kermanshahan, as it was more generally called in former times, is a place of considerable antiquity as well as the modern capital of the district of the same name. Tradition ascribes the founding or the re-establishing of the town to the Sasanian king Bahram IV, AD 388 to 399, who had been ruler of Kermankarmdan Shdk, before he came to the throne, and for this reason gave that name to Kermanshah, although Yakut assigns the founding of the city to a date a century later. Ascribing it to Kobad I, son of Piraz, AD 488 to 531, it is probable that the city is much older than either of these dates and that it may occupy the site of the ancient Kambadan, mentioned in the itinerary of Isidore of Carax. Little is known in detail regarding the history of the city for a long time after the Sasanian period. Although mentioned by the Arab geographers Al-Hamadhani, Ibn Rasta, and Yakut, already referred to, no allusion is made to it by Pietro della Valle, who must have passed near it on his journey through this plain 300 years ago, 1617. There are native records, however, including poetical accounts in Kurdish, which give the history of some of its wars in the 18th century, and since the 19th century the town has become better one. The Arab pronunciation of the name of the town varies between Karmzam and Kermizan. 2 Yakut, p. 438. For the tradition about Bahram IV, see Justi, Grundr. Iran. Philal. 2 525 to 526, and for the reign of Kobad, Kavad, 2. 531 Greek Kus JJ/TJ, Silsidoris Charasinus, Mansions Parthasi, 5, ed. Mdiller, Paris, 1855, 1882, and cf. de Morgan, Mission Scientific, 2. 100 * for the itinerary of Pietro della Valle's journey in this region, see the edition of Pinkerton, 9. 16 Seq. The city of Kermanshah 231 known to the west through trade and travel, although as regards familiarity its name can bear no comparison with Tehran and Isfahan. Many persons, in fact, know of Kermanshah only through the rugs for which the city and its vicinity once were famous, even if the rug manufacture is almost a lost industry now in Kermanshah itself, and the carpets which are exported through its customs today come mostly from other parts of Persia and are merely shipped by way of this distributing center. Commercially the city of Kermanshah is favorably situated, as it lies on the main caravan route between Persia and Mesopotamia, being nearly equidistant from Tehran and Baghdad, 220 miles from the latter and 250 miles from the former. The town enjoys the advantages of a busy trade, especially on commission, and its population is now reported at fully 60,000, the inhabitants being largely of Kurdish blood, besides Persians, Turks, some Jews, and a few Christians. The municipal administration is in the hands of 3 magistrates, Hadkuda, each of whom presides over one of the 3 wards into which the city is divided, and is accountable, through a number of higher officials, to the governor of Kermanshah appointed by the Shah. In area the extent of the town is considerable, as it measures about 4 miles in circumference, and its circuit was formerly enclosed by walls, although these have now disappeared, except that one or two of the towers have been built into the walls of dwellings, and traces of the moat are visible where it has not been completely filled up. The 5 city gates have been preserved in name at least, as their names are still employed to designate the several quarters where the main roads enter the town. One just as Hamburg grapes and Astrakhan furs are so named from the place of shipment. 2. For valuable information regarding Kermanshah I am indebted to the kindness of Mr. H. L. Cabino, agent of the Imperial Bank at Kermanshah, and to the British Consular Reports, Persia, number 590, Miss Call, Sir. Number 3189, Annual Sir, London, 1903, 1904. 232 TAKI Boston and Kermanshah. Architecturally the city has little of interest to attract the traveler, and most of its buildings are of comparatively recent date. There are a number of public squares and buildings, but they are of minor importance. Among them may be mentioned the Governor's Palace, whose high towers overlook the top Maidan, or Artillery Square. In the midst of this square is a reservoir, and around the plaza are shops adjoining the bazaars. The arsenal itself is behind the palace, and to the south is another square called Miadnisarchkayadna, or Barrack Square, because the soldiers' quarters are built around it and it serves as a parade ground. There are several mosques in different parts of the city, but none of them are ancient or especially renowned. Bank, custom house, post and telegraph office, and about 30 baths make up the rest of the quota of public buildings. There are some private houses of the finer sort and a number of handsome gardens and villas in the environs, the property of wealthy owners. The city is well supplied with caravansarais, and they are usually crowded with merchants or with pilgrims on their way to and from Kerbala. The principal hostelry was full on the afternoon when I arrived, so that I had to seek elsewhere for lodgings. I met with the same experience at the next, and again at the next, riding for more than an hour through crowded streets and bazaars, jostling against camels and pack mules, whose load nearly tore one of my riding leggings to pieces, stopping only long enough to repair damages and sample a baker's supply of sugar cakes, which were really excellent, then proceeding once more. At last I found shelter in an unpretentious manzil, the owner of which was an obliging person, and he succeeded in making me fairly calm my foretable. Enforced peregrination had at least this in its favor, that it gave me an opportunity to gain some idea of the commercial activity of Kermanshah. The bazaars seemed to be carrying on a prosperous trade in the products of the district, grain, wheat, barley, fruit, gum, and also opium, besides doing points of interest in Kermanshah 233 a fair business in goods which are transported through the city, a traffic which includes also numerous imports from abroad, so that I was able to stock up again with several articles of foreign manufacture which I found I needed on the journey. I had expected to remain an extra day at Kermanshah, especially as I had met with kind hospitality at the Imperial Bank, but I changed my plans when I learned that the 2 other scholars whom I thought I might meet and have joined in the work upon the Behistan rock had been prevented from coming. I felt, therefore, that I must return to the rock at once and accomplish as much more as I could in the limited time at my disposal before leaving for the south of Persia. Accordingly I started shortly after sunrise the next morning and galloped my horse, Rockshare, most of the 21 miles back again to Baisaitan. After taking a hasty meal I proceeded immediately to the height, and within an hour after noon I had again ascended the cliff and was busy at the work, which I continued that day and the next with all the intensity of application of which I was capable, and with the results that I have already described. Chapter 16 The great ruined temple of the Persian Diana at Kangavar I shall offer unto the holy Artvasura Anahita, goddess of the heavenly streams, pure and undefiled, a goodly sacrifice accompanied by an oblation. Avesta, Yaslit 5. 9 Kangavak is a small town of great antiquity, lying directly on the route between Baisaitan and Hamadan, and it is the site of some important ruins which I shall describe, as they are those of a temple of the ancient Persian Diana. On my journey outward to Baisaitan I knew that there were some ancient remains to be seen at the place, but in my anxiety to reach the inscription of Darius I had no time to visit them, and I waited till I should be able to inspect them on my return journey to Hamadan. Accordingly, I mounted my horse and started with Safar, Shahbaz, and the rest of my caravan on the road to Hamadan by way of Kangavar, the same route I had traversed 8 days before. As I rode along, my attention was attracted by a large land tortoise, the first I had seen in Persia. It had been tempted out of its winter quarters by the warm spring sun and was slowly crawling along by the side of the trail. The Persians call the tortoise stony back Ksangi Puslav, but the ancient Zoroastrians named it Zahiramayahura or nicknamed it Zahiramayaka, a word of uncertain meaning, and looked upon the tortoise as one of Ahriman's creatures and therefore to be destroyed. One happily in this respect the harmless creature is one of Esta, VD 13. 6. See also KZAPA, VD 14. 5 Darms Tedder, LEZA. 2 195, N8, gives the meaning of Zahiramaya 9 Ura as Ki Devor la Verdure, Bartholomew, Air. WBP 1682, as De Glider, Oderzahen, in Enam Fessengehaus Stecken. 234 A Persian Shepherd, near Sana, a typical caravanserai on the road to Sana. 235 No longer under a ban, and my Mohammedan attendants allowed it to pass unmolested. Sunset found me entering the hamlet of Sana, riding through lanes lined with rows of plum and apple trees in full blossom. I directed my caravan to proceed to the same manzil at which we had stayed on the outward journey, and hardly an hour had passed before I was asleep in the idolchna or upper room above the entrance. If I had known at the time that a tomb, fabled to be that of the legendary king of Iran, Kaykaus, is located in a gorge back of Sana, I should have engaged some of the natives to take me, with torches, to visit the chamber and draw me up to inspect it, or should have waited an extra day to examine it, but Sana meant for me, on my 2 visits, only a halting place, as it does for the Kerbala pilgrims whose passing to and fro is a source of revenue to its 1,000 or more inhabitants, so I arranged to continue my march early next morning. The hands of my watch indicated precisely 6:00 a.m. when I gave the signal to start, and our slow-moving procession filed out beneath the mud portal of the caravanserai and headed eastward again toward Hamadan. In an hour and a half we reached a pretty village which I remembered noticing particularly, on the outward journey, because of its green groves and orchards, its rich grass, and abundant water. The frogs in the pools were croaking lustily, no longer in fear of the old Zoroastrian law, long since passed into oblivion, which accounted them noxious animals and regarded it as a meritorious act to kill thousands of this brood of Ahriman. The merry chorus of their voices reminded me of the frog hymn in the Rig Veda * as each tried to outcroak the other, but the inharmonious music was soon lost. One Sana is mentioned by Ibn Haukel, p. 167, Yakut, p. 305, and Pietro della Valle, Vianney, 1. 440, Travels, ed. Pinkerton, 9. 17, but none of them allude to the tomb of Kos. 2. For a sketch of the tomb of Kos, see Elandin and Kost, Voyage en Perse, Moderne, pi. 75b, and text, p. 11. VD 14. 5, 18. 65, 73. Asterisk see Rig Veda, 7. 103 1-10. 236 The ruined temple at Kangavar in the distance, and before long we were ascending a ridge of rolling hills and after that descending into a plain flooded with sunlight. I halted for a few minutes here to speak to a Persian shepherd who was grazing his flocks along the rich plain. His short-sleeved sheepskin coat, shoes of rough hide, heavily rolled turban, and shepherd's staff gave me an impression of what the pastoral life must have been in early Media. It was, perhaps, to such a shepherd, in these very mountains, that King Astyages committed the infant Cyrus with orders that the child should be exposed to die, if we are to believe the ancient legend, and possibly this very shepherd's wife resembled the fictitious Spaka who reared the foundling to become a shepherd lad and king. We rode forward through a fertile plain and reached Kangavar before noon. The town is about 32 miles distant from Vaisitun, or 4 farsakhs from Sana, and is now a settlement of about 1,800 houses, the lodging of some 8,000 inhabitants. The main street, which winds up and down the elevation on which the town lies, is lined with shops and booths of merchants trading especially in wheat, barley, cotton, and pears, and is bordered on either side with halting places to offer a manzil to the heavily laden trains of camels and asses on their way to Kermanshah and Baghdad. Kangavar is a place of genuine antiquity. It was known, under the name of Concabar, to the Greek geographer Isidore of Charax in the 1st century of our era, and my attention won Herodotus, History, 1. 107 to 114 to information from Mr. H.L. Rubino. The Italian traveller Pietro della Valle, who stayed in the town January 20, 1617, described Kangavar as a large place, grossa terra chiamatici and giur, Vianney, 1440, Travels, ed. Pinkerton, 9. 17, 3. The first scholar to identify Kangavar with Concabar, I believe, was D'Anville, Compendium of Ancient Geography pt 2, p. 460, London, 1791. Since that time much has been written about the site. See Rawlinson, JBGS. 9112, Buckingham, Travels in Assyria, Media, and Persia, pages 150 to 154, London, 1829, Masson, Tlustrations of Isidorus of Charax, in JBA 8. 12, 1850, pages 97 to 124, Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 139 to 144, Texier, the town of Ranjavar 2d, J was at once attracted by certain peculiarities of its site. The low hills and mounds which surround it, some of them capped with buildings erected on the foundations of older structures, immediately suggested to me an etymology for Kangavar. The name Kangavar or Kankivar, Greek koikodp, may be derived from a hypothetical Avestan form *Kanhavara, enclosure of Kanha, the first element of the compound being probably a proper name, Kanha, as in Avestan Kahadaza and Firdausi's Kongdiz, and the second element, Vara, enclosure, being cognate with the designation of the Vara of Jamshid. The mounds and elevations which surround the acclivity on which Kangavar is built, make the attribute a fitting one and the suggested etymology probable. Among the buildings which attract notice at Kangavar are 1 or 2 mosques and a brick citadel, but they are of minor importance when compared with the ruins of what must once have been a magnificent edifice in the heart of the town. Here, on the principal thoroughfare and near a large caravanserai, are the remains of a wall of white marble blocks of mammoth size, hewn with precision, and crowned with broken columns and pilasters which show the outline of a grand enclosure of buildings. The style of the architecture is noticeably Greek, and I made a series of memoranda concerning the ruins, although I did not know at the time that they had been subjected to a detailed examination by others. I shall give my notes as I took them down, and supplement or correct them from other sources when occasion demands. So far as my observations allowed me to judge, the ruins seemed to represent the remains of 2 large buildings, the one to the northwest, lying directly on the main street, and description Devarmeni, La Perse, etc., 1. 160 seq, Pies. 62 to 64, Flanklin and Cost, Voyage and Perse, Ancien, 1. Pies. 20 to 23, Moderne, Pies. 72 to 74, Text, pages 11 to 14, Jules Lafoy, L'Art Antique de la Perse, pt 5, pages 7 to 8, 11, 207, Curzon, Persia, 1. 51, and 1, Marquardt, Erdensatter, p. 24, and E. A. Floyer, Unexplored Baluchistan, pages 424 to 425, London, 1882. CP 126, above. Kaha was located somewhere in eastern Iran. 238 The ruined temple at Ranjabhar, the other at some distance to the southeast, situated on the edge of a declivity. I find that authorities such as Kerporter, Texier, Flandin, and Kost, and Dulafoy, to whose judgment I should defer in such a matter, see in the granite blocks which compose the structure the remains of a single great platform with a peristyle, in the midst of which stood the chief edifice. Kerporter, for example, who visited the ruins in 1818, regarded the whole enclosure as a temple precinct whose walls formed a huge rectangular terrace, 300 yards square and crowned with a colonnade. Flandin's drawings and Texier sketches, which apparently served as the chief source of Dulafoy's information, give a plan of the possible arrangement of the platform and the temple precinct. To speak with positive certainty as to details, however, would only be possible after a careful re-examination of the ground, and it would also be necessary to make clearings and excavations, since a mass of modern buildings and dilapidated structures has been built over the ruins, or crowded in among them, in order to take advantage of some of the ancient materials still standing. The supposition that the original structure was an extensive platform, on which various superstructures were raised, is borne out by an allusion to Kangavar in Yakut, about AD 1220. This Arab writer says that the place was called also Kasra Chirln, Castle of Shirin, after Khosrow's favorite but more often Kasra al-Lasis, the robber castle, because the Arab army which invaded Persia after the Battle of Nahavand lost some pack animals here, which were stolen by robbers. It is one. Compare Kerporter, Travels, 1822, 1. 141, Texier, Description de vie Arménie, La Perse, etc., 1842, 1. 160-162, and Pis. 62-68, Flandin and Kost, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 1. Pi. 21, reproduced below, text, p13, Moderne, Pis. 72-73, Dulafoy, L'Art Antique, pt 5, pages 8, 207. For measurements of the platform, compare Flandin and Kost, text, p13, who give 217.93 m by 229 m, Texier, OPCIT 1. 161 gives 202 m by 172 m to the Arab geographer Al-Hamadhani, ed. De Gauge, 5. 267, says that in all the world there are no columns more wonderful than those at Kasra al-Lasis, i.e. Kangavar. Cp. 225, and 4, pages 226 to 228, above. Appearance of the ruins 239 more likely, however, as Mustafi says, that the name was given it because the place was later infested by bandits, a reputation which it long retained. Yakut describes the place as follows: the Eobar Castle is a very remarkable monument, and there is a platform some 20 cubits above the ground, and on it there are vast portals, palaces, and pavilions, remarkable for their solidity and their beauty. The part of the foundation which is best preserved stands at the northwest corner. Solid retaining wall can there be seen, 12 or 15 feet high, running north and south for more than 70 feet and forming what I took to be the base of a single building. The northern wall, which extends at right angles eastward from this point, is equally massive, being composed of granite blocks, some of them more than 7 feet long and 4 feet high and broad in proportion, although it was not easy to measure the stones, as the wall is partly buried beneath earth and debris. The rampart is capped with a heavy coping which forms a stylobate to sustain what once must have been an imposing colonnade. 3 of these columns, each nearly 6 feet in diameter, were still standing on the cornice of the northwestern wall when I saw it, having been preserved by being built into the side wall of a modern building, as shown also in Flandin's picture, which I have reproduced, while a fourth truncated shaft at the extreme upper angle of the stylobate, where the wall turns eastward, was standing and could be easily measured because it was quite detached. Several of the pillars have fallen since the time 1 Yakut, p. 451, cf. also pages 450, 495, for the robbers cf. Mustafi, cited by Barbie de Maynard, Diet. Geographic p. 451, N1, and L. E. Strange, JRAS. 1902, p. 511, furthermore, IBN Haukel, p. 166, Kasra I Dusden Robber Castle, and Masson, JRAS. 12, 1850, p. 116, which bears out the idea that the place was infested by freebooters. 2 Yakut, p. 451. 210 centimeters by 130 centimeters * for a sketch of a section of this cornice, see De Morgan, Mission Scientifique, 2. 139. The height of this drum was over 6 feet, and its diameter nearly 6 feet also, or, more exactly, 170 centimeters by 160 centimeters. 240. The ruined temple at Ranjavar of Kerporter, 1818, who speaks of pedestals of 8 columns as still surmounted by the chief part of their shafts in good preservation, thus evidently not including the base of the rectangular shaft adjoining the column at the upper end, which is shown in the drawings and plans of the Frenchman Texier, 1839–1840, and Flandin and Coste, 1839–1841, and of the Englishman Masson, 1845. Following my guide eastward along the elevation and then turning southward among the hovels and rubbish, I found a large collection of massive stones near the southeast corner. A mass of huge blocks was tossed about in confusion, as if a building had collapsed, but I was able to trace the general outline of a wall running for about 100 feet north and south, as shown in my photograph. The stones were of the same large size as at the northwest corner, and one granite drum, which had fallen down the slope, measured nearly 5 feet by 8. The base of another column was still to be seen in its place in the line of the wall, and near it a third pedestal rising 2 feet above the ground within the enclosure where the main edifice must have stood was a part of a column, shown in the middle of my photograph, which had apparently been set partly on a foundation of stone and mortar, so that it looked like an altar for libations, as it was slightly hollowed out, but it may have been simply an overturned capital. I was inclined to the former view because I believed, when examining the ruins, that they were the remains of a temple of Anahita, the great Persian goddess of the heavenly streams, whom the Greeks identified with Artemis, or Diana. 1 Compare Kerporter, Travels, 2. 141, Pedestals of 8, Flandin and Coste, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, +1. Pies. 21, 22, Moderne, Pies. 72, 73, 81 columns, including the pilaster, Texier, description de vie Armeni, La Perse, plus etc. 1. Pies. 64, 65, 66, 81 columns, MZS 8 on, JBAS. 12.plp 117 plus, 8 Lpil Lars, with most of the wall of the modern building between them still intact, UD_Q_I_DIOS_ Idis Art Antique de la Perse, 58-9, are after Flandin. More exactly, 230 centimeters by 144 centimeters 3J, or a sketch of the massive columns as they lay about half a century ago. See Flandin and Coste, Voyage en Perse, Moderns, pi. 74b, and Texier, description, 1. Pi. 68 Ashben of Anahita 241, and whose worship was widespread throughout Iran in the time of Artaxerxes Neman, in the 4th century before Christ. On gaining access to my books I was able, by positive evidence from the classics, to substantiate the view that I held regarding the identity of the temple, but I find that I have been partly anticipated by others. The Greek geographer Isidore of Charax, who entered Media by this route in the 1st century AD and kept detailed notes of his itinerary, which he published under the name of Parthian Stations, mentions Kangavar as Concavar, and alludes to its temple, sacred to Artemis. His laconic note reads, 3 skerni, 8 or 9 miles, from the frontier of Upper Media is the city of Concavar, where there is a temple of Artemis. 3 skerni beyond this is Bazigraban, which is the place of receipt of customs. 4 skerni thence to Adrapanan, a palace in the territory of Batna i.e. Ecbatana, destroyed by Tigranes the Armenian. 12 skerni thence is Batna, Ecbatana, the capital of Media, the treasury, and the temple where they sacrifice constantly to Anaitis. Then after that there are 3 villages, in each of which is a station. 1 see the names referred to above, p. 236, and 3. Lit. Of those in Batna, i.e. Ecbatana. Isidore of Carax, mentions Parthasi, 6. For convenience I add the Greek text of Isidore's entire itinerary from Kambadin, Kermanshah, and Bihistan, miswritten as Baptana for Bagistana Greek TTT for NCT, to Concabar and Ecbatana, thence to Riga, Mod. Rei, and the Caspian Gates. The passage reads, 5e. Brevdev Kafyedrajev TJ, Tjatus Karashe Krixovas XA, VKCIP.le, 4 IFF Ta 6P.6s, 7 R6 Zis 5 BD Irava IW 6 POVS Keep.ivik Ivita Zep.ip.I 5 OJ Enya /P.KALFFTQXR 6 Ev Revdef IJ Mij SIA 17 DVW, Fkotboy. XTKAL Upsire Aethus TRD Zis Koi KODP Evda AP Tip.edos Upv, Aksotboy Y. Efra Bal Eep Devi, 6 IFFTTT Ekadbiof, Rixoivoi. Y. EITOEISA 8 paired Vav RD Akrizia TQV4 Bard Vals, A type Verjate 6 Apivios Kadzek, Rixovoi 5. EIRA Draw, Fiaj Siroxism Jacelis KAL 07A Apo, PV /D Kiev KALE, Syrapaviton SOS Del Diave Virxoivat I. Ira Iags Rebex KWIAI, A4FF.DP.6s. 7 Evrev Dev Pashio I /MT/S/O, Fkulvwa 7. E. RJKW/ZI, IRDs XSIE. Erbfkoivov F. Diakal Stpul, S. VPYLFFRQTWV TTJP Misih 17, Dia. EIS 5 TTJV XP degree TTP Kodos RKs Pad TRJS Todis MDP Su T Kievafriv Thurib T66 POS, S Kaziri Katchos, DTPODK Duriat IRZ. C. Isidoros Karasenis, Mansions Parthasi, in Geography Grisei Minores, ed. C. Miller, Paris, 1855-1882. 242 The ruined temple at Kangavar. The ruined temple, therefore, was one dedicated to Ardvisura Anahita, as goddess of the streams. The situation at Kangavar must have been a suitable one for a sanctuary devoted to her worship, for within the town itself is a cascade which pours its waters down into the plain to be lost ultimately in the Gamajab, and may therefore be described in the words of the Avesta itself as a holy stream enriching life, enriching the herds, enriching property, enriching wealth, enriching the whole country. My idea that the temple was erected in Achaemenian times and may have been founded by Artaxerxes II, is not in agreement with Dulafoy, I find, who argues that the remains show a confused Greek style, that the columns are bastard Doric, that the architecture has nothing in common with the Persepolitan, which shows Egyptian characteristics, and that we must conclude to assign the temple to the Parthian period, ascribing it to some one of the Arsacid kings, all of whom were strongly under Hellenic influence. If this assumption be correct, I should regard it as an addition to our knowledge of the Zoroastrian religion during the Parthian period, regarding which our information is in many respects scanty. In any event, Kangavar offers a good field for archaeological research, and I believe that scientific excavations in the vicinity, as at Tak-I Boston and throughout the valley, would yield important results. Continuing the journey toward Hamadan, I stayed overnight, for the second time, at the small walled village of Asad Abad, or Set Abad, 4.5 farsakhs, about 20 miles, distant from Kangavar *. The settlement lies at the I.YT. 5.1. 2. For specimens of the bases and capitals of the columns, see Kerr Porter, Travels, 1. Pi. 43c, and compare also the drawings of Flandin and Cost, Voyage en Perse, text, p. 13, and the allusions to the Doric order. Diolafoy, V. Art Antique de la Perse, pt. 5, pages 7, 8, 207. Asterisk. The distance is given by Masson, JBAS. 1299, after Webb, as 22 miles, Curzon, Persia, 1. 57, says, approximately, 23 miles, Ts. 8. Asterisk, p. The ruined temple, at Kekskabak, Flandin's drawing of the northwest wall. The modern buildings to the left of the picture have disappeared, r.v. / ruins of the temple at Kangavak, part of the southwestern wall with a modern building in the background, side of an ancient custom house 243 base of the great mountain ridge whose steep and rugged heights make a formidable barrier to surmount before reaching the city of Hamadan. Asad Abad is the regular halting place for all caravans that go by this ancient route, and I believe that this not inconsiderable village represents, in location at least, the Bazigraban, or custom house, mentioned by Isidorus in the passage already quoted. The etymology of the name Bazigraban, Greek Baeptav, immediately becomes clear when we restore the word to its probable form in ancient Persian, *Gigrahand, tribute taking, toll collecting, indicating the place where the customs dues were levied, somewhat like the modern Persian Hdjgdh, toll place. Asad Abad, being situated in a plain at the base of the spurs of Mount Alband and watered by the streams that descend from the great ridge, has a fertile soil and a temperate climate, and it was once a place of some renown. Yakut, writing 700 years ago, says that it was formerly the residence of the son of the Sasanian king Khosrow, AD 590 to 628, although the monarch himself resided for the most part at Kangavar. The Arab geographer narrates an amusing legend, which he characterizes, however, as poetic fiction and a lie, to the effect that Khosrow's kitchen was located midway between Asad Abad and Kangavar, and whenever the king dined, a long line of pages passed the dishes from hand to hand over the entire distance. His son observed the same custom when living at Asad Abad. The viands, Yakut says, must have been cold when they reached the king, even if borne on eagle's wings, but he adds that we are, perhaps, to understand that Khosrow's kitchen, Mathaji, was merely the place which served as headquarters from which the royal cuisine was stocked. My journey over the desolate pass from Asad Abad was made 1 cf. Also Spiegel, Altpers. Kielenschriften, 2d ed., p. 233. Cf. likewise OP Paddy Graband, bh3. 4c Yakut, pages 34, 536, whose description and comments are worth consulting. 244 The ruined temple at Kangavar on the following day, April 20th, through fierce storms of sleet and snow that swept pitilessly from the north during most of the day, and it was not until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon that I again reached Hamadan, having taken 12 hours to accomplish a distance of less than 30 miles. Chapter 17 From Hamadan to the ruined fire temple near Isfahan unto fire, the son of the god Ormuzd. Unto thee, fire, thou son of Ormuzd, be grace, for thy worship, praise, propitiation, and glorification. Adista, Introduction to. After remaining 2 nights at Hamadan upon the occasion of second visit, I started late on the morning of the 3rd day to continue my journey southward toward Isfahan, especially to visit the ruined fire temple near that city. Weather and road alike were favorable, and we reached Nanuj at sunset, having traveled some 30 miles, which, owing to the late start, was less than my usual march, for I sometimes accomplished 50 miles, and occasionally even 70. but I felt fatigued enough to be glad when my camp bed was stretched for the night on the floor of the kjidrhna, after the servant of the post house had swept the room a little more clean. There was much talk about bandits, as the post had been robbed on the previous night, but I paid little attention to the stories, fell asleep soon, and after a good night's rest was ready before daylight to mount Rockshire and sit 13 hours in the saddle. Our cavalcade halted for the second night at the small village of Hasser, and we rose with the lark again next morning and proceeded along a well-watered plain that was fed by streams from the rocky hills on the right. The pace of our animals was good, and we easily overtook several caravans that had started an hour ahead of us, and all that day the conditions were favorable for rapid progress. It was Shakespeare's birthday, a day memorable to me even in Persia, and the season 245-246 from Hamadan to Isfahan of spring was well advanced, so that I had an opportunity to watch the progress made by the peasants as they tilled their farms, and to compare their way of working with the agricultural methods employed in Zoroaster's day, when the occupation of the husbandman was synonymous with a religious pursuit. 1a. The Vesta alludes to farms, fields, and husbandry. It praises the work of the laborer who tills the earth with his right arm and his left, with his left arm and his right, and lauds the irrigation of arid land and the production and harvesting of crops. All kinds of work connected with the soil were equivalent to acts of righteousness, and the agriculturist ranked next to the priest and the warrior in the constitution of the Zoroastrian community. Farming is not a lost industry in Persia today, but it has made little progress since the days of the Avesta, more than 2,000 years ago. The Persian farm is not fenced off, like ours, but has its boundaries marked by trenches and watercourses, which the Avesta describes as being the depth and breadth of a dog, or has its limits indicated by a row of trees, which it well repays the laborer to plant, because of the scarcity of wood for fuel and timber in many parts of Persia. The government today would do well to encourage arboriculture, as it apparently did in the time of Darius. The implements of the husbandman are still of the most primitive kind, and my notes regarding them will serve as a commentary upon a passage in the Avesta which describes the equipment of the peasant. The first to be mentioned is the plough, Avestanatia, mod. Persk, which I have already described as a rude affair consisting generally of the crotch of a tree cut so that one of the branches may serve as a ploughshare. 1 CVD 3. 23 to 33 2 VD 14. 12 to 14 3 for general references. See Dar Nace Tedder, Leza. 232, Jackson, JAOS. 21 183, and Geiger, Ost Iranis Kultur, pages 373 to 387, Erlangen, 1882. Asterisk CVD 14. 10 to 11 G pages 85 to 86, above. Agriculture now and of old 247 when shod with iron, CFAV Ayazna Pati Darazna. Such a plough, as contrasted with the heavy plough for deep furrowing, to which several yokes of oxen are hitched, is drawn only by 2 cows or heifers, CFAV Gavdazi, and only loosens the surface of the ground, as shown in my photograph, which gives an idea also of the kind of ox goad, AV Gavja, and yoke, AV Yosemi, that are still in use in Persia. Another stock article in the peasant's outfit, which has remained practically unchanged, I believe, since ancient times, if we may judge from an allusion in the Avesta, is the handmill. Essential part of this machine is the round hopper, or funnel, into which the grain is poured when about to be ground, and with this I would compare Zegersnovakt. One of the obscure Avestan terms applied to the handmill. A third article used by the Avestan husbandman was the spade, avikstra. The Persian spade has a long handle, to which is generally attached a wooden footrest to serve as a support for the foot when driving the spade into the ground. As shown in my photograph, instead of the wooden footpiece, the upper part of the blade is sometimes bent over on either side so as to form a metal flange on which the foot can rest. When digging, 2 or 3 laborers, either barefoot or wearing the Persian gulvaz, work side by side, striking the shovel into the earth at the same time and lifting it again at a given signal, working in unison as they cut the trench. 1. This is at least a suggestion which I offer in explanation of the difficult Avestan words, vd. 14. 10. To see the illustration in the chapter on Urumia, above. 3 ys. 4619, cfys. 29.5, etc. Asterisk for the technical terms in the Avesta, CVD 14. 10. The photograph which I took was snapped between Hasar and Lilahan, on the third day after leaving Hamadan. For illustrations and descriptions of plows and plowing, see non-issue, Persia and its people, pages 109 to 112, Eyak Island, Illinois, 1899, Adams, Persia, pages 1-53-155, and Kerporter, Travels, 2. 533 Esco I explain VD 14. 10. Asmanahvana, Idvardn ZG9 RDS NDVAY 5 ANAM, cf also non-issue, Persia, pages 107 to 109. Query, cf near. 94. This photograph I took between Hamadan and Asad Abad. This I noted particularly at Kurdbala, near Isfahan, and then more generally as I passed southward. 248. From Hamadan to Isfahan in tilling the fields an ordinary large rake and harrow are employed, and sometimes a flat scraper, with spikes around the lower edge and with handles above to guide it, is drawn over the field by oxen. Mallet is likewise employed to break up the clods after ploughing. The hoe, as far as my observations served me, has cords attached to it, which are pulled by one of the workmen while another guides the implement. The sickle which is used in cutting the grain at harvest time I shall describe in a later chapter. The manner of threshing it is as primitive as in early Bible times. The wheat or barley is commonly trodden under the feet of muzzled oxen or mules, who drag over it a sort of sled, but sometimes it is crushed beneath a spiked roller or flailed with a peculiar flail, after which the chaff is separated from the wheat by the winnowing process when a good wind is blowing. The threshing floor itself is usually situated on the outskirts of the village, and lumbering carts carry the grain to the barn of the peasant, or more often to the granary of the landlord. Our halt on the night of the third day was at Lilahan, a settlement of 1,000 families, I should judge, the majority of them being Armenians. Here I was visited by a native preacher, Reverend Rabin Joseph, who was doing evangelistic work among the people of the place. He spoke English quite well, having acquired it at the Urumia mission, and was Europeanized to the extent of collecting souvenir postcards from foreign countries, and he asked me to add one from America to his album, a request which I fulfilled before the year was past. He gave me useful information regarding my route for the following day, and advised me to take the longer road to Khamenei because the shorter route was at the time infested by brigands, who had pillaged several caravans. An early start next morning brought me before 8 o'clock to Khamenei, and I was directed to the house of the chief man of the place. His courtyard was filled with servants, though one for illustrations, see non-issue, Persia, p. 110, Adams, Persia, p. 154. Lilahan and Gulpagan 249. He himself had not risen, but he sent a message that he would be ready in a few minutes to receive me, which he did with a gracious welcome. In manners he was Eastern, but in costume more European than Persian, and the watch which he wore was carried so as to be appropriately conspicuous. His black wool hat was wholly Iranian in appearance, however, being a replica of the balloon-shaped head covering worn in Sasanian days, and I noticed that the style of headgear was peculiarly characteristic of the people in this vicinity. He served tea as an act of hospitality and asked various questions, until it was time for me to take my leave, whereupon he sent 2 armed horsemen to accompany me over a part of the road, which was dangerous because of freebooters. The guards proved to be of little use beyond raising clouds of dust as they made their horses curvet in circles around our party and fired shots at imaginary robbers supposed to be lurking in the hills. By the time we crossed the last mountain pass I was glad to dispense with these attendants, and we descended without accompaniment into the great plain in which lies the town of Gulpagan. Gulpagan is a town that was visited by the famous Italian traveler Pietro della Valle on his way to Isfahan 300 years ago. He says that it resembles Hamadan, but is smaller, and that its name is composed of the three words Gul, Pdi, and Gdn, which is merely a popular etymology. As a matter of fact, the older name of Gulpagan was Jarhduktan in Persian, or Jarhduktan in the Arab geographers, and in still earlier times it is said to have been called Samra, after a daughter of the Chianean queen Hume, who is alleged to have founded it. 1 Pietro della Valle, Vianney, 1. 449 Travels, ed. Pinkerton, 9. 21 2 C. Yakut, p. 152, for the former statement, and compare Barbie de Maynard, Diet. Géographie de la Perse, p. 152, note, for the latter. Yakut, p. 153, speaks of Jarabduktan, Gulpagan, as a large and celebrated place. For other allusions to the town see likewise Sadik Isfahani, Geographical Works, p. 86, Moqad Dasi, ed. Dagoj, Bibl Geographic Arab. 3 257, 402, mere mention, and Ibn Cordadba, ed. Dagoj, 6. 20, 155. Consult furthermore to Moschek, Zur Hister. T. Pog. Von Persian, in SB Akkad. Wis. Zeovine, 102, 1883, pages 168, 171. 250 From Hamadan to Isfahan 2 roads approach it from this direction across the wide plain. Since we had no guide to direct our choice, I selected the one to the right, which was longer, but had the advantage of conducting us through the entire length of the town, as it led we to the lower end of the main street. Were thus able to see something of the town, which I judged to be a place of considerable activity. In the way of antiquities I noticed a number of large carved stones that looked as if they were ancient, and I observed several sculptured rams, with horns curved into a tight spiral, resembling the granite figures I had seen elsewhere in old Armenian settlements, especially in the burying ground near Dilmun. From the impression which I received, and Impress Zion borne out also by the passages I have cited, I believe that Gulpagan would be an interesting place in which to make archaeological researches. Although Kerporter was against attributing any great antiquity to the town, I did not halt to make inquiries regarding ancient relics, for it was nearly 3 in the afternoon and I was anxious to reach the next station, so I proceeded at once to the principal caravanserai, which I found so crowded that many of the muleteers were obliged to lie on the ground by the side of their beasts of burden, for lack of other quarters. After an hour's stay we started once more, allowing sufficient time for making our second station before nightfall. Our route lay through a lonely plain girt on either side by barren hills which sometimes thrust their spurs almost across the track. Near the base of one of these jutting promontories the worthless guide whom I had hired at Gulpagan to show us the way, fell into a violent altercation with the leader of my caravan and drew his carbine to shoot him. There was an uproar at once. Quickly wheeling my horse about, I struck at the good-for-nothing rascal, diverted his aim, and separated the angry combatants. I did not wait to argue the respective 1 CP 79, above, and compare Kerporter, Travels, 2. 614, illustration. 2 ER Porter, Travels, 2. 67-68, The Gardens of Concert. 251 Merits of the claimants in the case, but immediately dismissed the fellow, with a threat to have him punished by the governor of the district if I saw his face again, and restored order once more in the excited caravan. Had no further trouble, but had to trust to luck in finding our way. This was not difficult, however, and we reached our destination before dark. Our halt for the night was at Bani Shun, or Wani Shun, called Onision by Pietro della Valle. This garden spot gave us a foretaste of the still greater attractions of Concert, where we arrived on the following morning. Concert left on my mind the impression of terraced hills, abundant streams, green foliage, and blossoming fruit trees. The town is picturesquely situated in a long and narrow gorge between high hills, and through this passage it winds its way for 5 or 6 miles, now at the base of the mountains and now climbing over their spurs. It is a settlement of some 12,000 inhabitants and is believed to date back to the time of Alexander, who is thought to have marched through it on his way to Ekbatana. In Persian the name is written as Kudnstr, and Yakut says that the town had the reputation of being the birthplace of several minor poets. In addition to its romantic site and historic associations, Konsur is a place that does a thriving business in cotton goods, so that its taxes, combined with those of Gulpagan, with which it forms a single district for administrative purposes, yield a considerable revenue to the government. I could have wished that the town had a municipal ordinance to prevent butchering sheep in the public streets. Directly after we left Konsur and entered the mountain passes of the Ashnarka, we encountered one of those sudden changes of weather which are characteristic of Persia, for we had to struggle for 2 or 3 hours through snow, hail. 1 Pietro della Valle, Vianney, 1. 450 Travels, ed. Pinkerton, 9. 21, Kerporter, Travels, 2. 70, Zoling, Alexander's des Grossen Feldzug in Central Asian, p. 79, Leipzig, 1875. Yakut, p. 195, cf. Barbie de Maynard, Diet, Geog. p. 195, note, and also Sadik Isfahan, p. 94, Tomaschek, OPCIT p. 170. Asterisk C. Curzon, Persia, 2. 480-252 From Ramadan to Isfahan sleet, torrents of water, slush, and mud, which transferred us from April 25 back into the heart of winter. About 4 miles this side of Dambana I noticed the snow-covered outlines of a rectangular structure which looked as if it might have been one of those square-shaped dakamas, or towers of silence, pictured in the old volume of travels by Olearius 3 centuries ago. I dismounted to examine the general contour and arrangement of the place, but the snow prevented me from making a careful investigation. There were many fragments of bricks and, in the middle of the enclosure, a depression which might have corresponded to the central pit, or grave, generally found in a dakama, but the ruin seemed to be too remote from any present settlement to have been an ancient ground for disposing of the dead. I am not unmindful, however, that in early times the entire region was occupied by Zoroastrians and that I was not many stages distant from the famous fire temple near Isfahan, the ruined sanctuary which was my goal. Halting only for a night at Kurdbala, and another at Hajiabad, I arrived early in the forenoon of the following day within sight of this ancient shrine of the fire worshippers, which is commonly known as the Atashkata or Atah Grow near Isfahan. The sky had all the peculiar clearness which belongs to a true April morning in Persia, and a soft light quivered over the plain beyond Najafabad. The animals of my caravan moved slowly along the well-worn trail. Shahbaz, the muleteer, was asleep in the saddle, but my own eyes were busy watching to catch the first glimpse of the Atash-Gdh, or Kut-i-Atashkata hill of the fire temple. Far in the distance over the level horizon there arose unexpectedly before my view a lake bordered with delicate green cypress trees, and I fancied that the beautiful spot must be one of those Persian parks, or paradises, which were so enchanting in ancient Iran. Instinctively I quickened my horse's pace, but suddenly the one Olearius, 1600-1671, Persianisk Bisbishribung, p. 296, Hamburg, 1696. The Atashiden near Isfahan 253 picture vanished. I then became aware that I had been deceived by a mirage. This was the first of many experiences with that magic phenomenon which transforms rocks into ruined castles, bushes into troops of horsemen, puddles into sheets of clear water, and molehills into mountains. So vivid was this first impression that it took me some time to recover from the surprise, and I felt almost inclined to question my eyes when I actually caught sight of the ruined fire temple. The deserted shrine stands on the top of a hill which rises about 700 feet sharply above the plain at a distance of 3 or 4 miles from Isfahan. The ascent is by a winding path which starts from the southeastern slope of the elevation and proceeds by a series of natural steps formed by ledges of the unhewn rock. Fragments of bricks and pottery of a yellowish clay strewed the rough pathway, and a few of these which I found were decorated by ornamental raised lines. The ruined sanctuary stands on the very crest and is about 14 feet high and 15 feet in diameter, octagonal in form, and constructed of large unburnt bricks. The roof was originally a dome, but most of this vaulted covering has fallen. As shown in the accompanying photograph, which I took from the western side, 8 doorways look out toward the different points of the compass. The brick and stucco columns which form the sides of the doorways and support the roof are so arranged that they give a pillared effect to the temple. There was no artificial foundation beneath the structure. The building was erected directly upon the natural rock, part of which thrusts itself into the middle of the floor. On entering the crumbling fane I noticed over each doorway a sunken niche, the lines of which curved symmetrically to a point in such a manner as to give an arched finish to each entrance on the inside. Traces of a brownish plaster or stucco. The dimensions of the shrine are nearly as follows: height, 14 feet, 4.00 m, diameter, 15 feet, 4.50 m, height of doorways, 7 feet 3 in, 2.20 m, width of doorways, 3 feet 7 inches. 1.10 m. 254 from Hamadan to Isfahan were preserved in these panels, and portions of Tly dome and walls which were above ordinary reach were still intact. Imagination alone could restore the original finish of the walls, whether a layer of tiles, a wainscoting of marble, or panels of stone around the columns. There was not a trace of an inscription, tablet, or sculpture anywhere to be seen, except modern Persian names written by those who had scrambled up to scrawl their signatures in its niches. The Oriental does not differ much from some of his cousins in the West in the reprehensible fondness for inscribing his name in conspicuous places. The floor of the sanctuary was 13 feet 8 inches in diameter, 4.16 m, it was nearly circular in shape, and in the center there was the curved outline of what was probably a mortar base on which the fire altar rested. Beneath the debris I found ashes, who knows whether some of them may not have kindled the fire of the Magi. In addition to the shrine, the summit of the hill is capped by the remains of a series of buildings which are gathered about the fane itself, but stand a little below it, and occupy the southeastern, eastern, and northeastern sides of the hill crest. These form together a part of the general temple precinct, having probably served as an abode for the priests, a sanctum for the fire, and perhaps also as a temple treasury. The design and arrangement reminded me of the ruined sanctuary of fire which I noticed near Abarca on my journey to Yezd. To examine the crumbling chambers I had to descend a few paces from the sacred building which I had been inspecting. Some walls of a ruined edifice on the southeastern side of the summit first attracted my attention. They were the remnants of a succession of halls and rooms built of clay and brick according to a definite plan of construction, but they were all in a hopeless state of dilapidation. I turned from these to the northeastern side of the crest. Here I found a still more elaborate structure, but even in a worse state of ruin than the preceding. One room, about 20 feet square, was still in a ruins of the sanctuary 255 sufficient state of preservation to allow me to make out its general outlines, but it was filled halfway up the sides with dirt and rubbish. The walls were made of clay and bricks covered over with plaster, and 2 of the side walls, which had no doorway or window, were marked by blind arches indicated by columns of unburnt brick and capped by burnt V bricks set in the manner here shown, to lend a /LMFKHR decorative effect. Amami there were also niches in the wall, resembling the familiar churches seen in modern Persian houses. The other 2 sides of the room, as shown in my photograph, had archways looking out over the plain, and the view from these, comprising the silver thread of the Zenderud River and a rich succession of gardens about Isfahan, was a contrast to the ruin and decay which reigned within the walls. Besides the chamber which I have been describing, there was still another ruined apartment, the stuccoed walls and outlines of which could be seen, but it was smaller than the one I have just mentioned and had nothing particular about it to require special notice. After I had inspected the ruins, I made some observations with regard to the general contour of the hill. The sides drop with a fairly steep declivity, except at one particular point, and there are defensive wall guards the approach to the shrine. No one knows how often it may have been of service in ages past. As I descended from the hill, I noticed several arched recesses on the side of the crest. They looked like cells and were partly constructed of large sun-dried bricks, like those at Rei. Some of these recesses were small, others fairly large. One of them, which showed careful construction, was about 12 feet deep, 3 feet wide, and less than 4 feet high. I have no opinion to express regarding the original purpose of these cells. They were in too exposed a position to allow one to conjecture that they may have been used as places of deposit for the temple treasure, and it would be hazardous to surmise that they were intended to be hermit cells, or that they were 256 from Hamadan to Isfahan employed as shrines for consecrated lamps, or as repositories in which the wood for the sacred fire was prepared. This is but one of a number of interesting problems connected with the fire temple and its history. For the very reason that the subject has been little dealt with, I have gone into more detail in describing the appearance of the ruined shrine, and I shall continue this by giving such an account of its historic past as I am able to present. I have not been able to find anything on the subject in 5 of the earliest European travelers, Joseph A. Barbaro, Pietro della Valle, Herbert, Olearius, and Mendelsloh. So far as I can see, Tavernier, in the 17th century, is the first Occidental to mention it. I shall give his statement and those of his successors, and after that I shall cite 3 or 4 Oriental authorities, which are centuries older than the early French traveler and will give considerable help toward identifying the temple historically. Tavernier, who made several journeys to Persia between the years 1638 and 1663, alludes incidentally to the ruins in question as a fortress, but he does not associate them with the ancient religion of Persia. His statement is this: upon the southwest, about 2 leagues from Isfahan, lies a very high mountain, on the top whereof toward the west are to be seen the remains of a very strong fortress, where Darius kept himself when Alexander gave battle to him in that plain. In the side of the rock is a grotto, either natural or artificial or both, out of which issues a natural spring of excellent water, where a dervis usually inhabits. Dolyard Alans, 1665, merely mentions the mountain in connection with Gabarabad, the Gabar suburb of Isfahan. Chardin, 1677, confines his remarks to a few words about El Barg de Guebres when he is describing the section known as the Gabar settlement near Isfahan, which was cleared. 1 Tavernier, Travels, p. 149, London, 1684. 2 Dolyard Alans, Les Beautés de la Perse, p. 51, cited from Historia Belligionis Veterum Rum, p. 359. Hyde, Persa, Early Descriptions of the Temple 257 by Shah Abbas in order to make room for a part of the royal residence in the environs. Bell, 1715, repeats the story which speaks of Darius and Alexander. The Englishman's statement reads as follows: about 3 or 4 miles to the southward of the city are to be seen the ruins of a tower on the top of a mountain, where it is said Darius sat when Alexander the Great fought the second battle with the Persians. Kerr Porter, 1821, devotes a paragraph to the description of the hill and concludes his observations with these words: but as this Atushkow is an artificial mount and stands close to the quarter of the city where the Guebres, and particularly those who followed the arms of Mahmud, dwelt, no doubt they reseated themselves in a spot that had been inhabited by their ancestors from the first peopling of the banks of the Zion Darud, and they found it thus marked by the high place of their worship. Kerr Porter's last statement is right in so far as he emphasizes the antiquity of the place, but he is wrong in calling the mount artificial, as an examination of the living rock which composes it would have shown him. Sir William Ouseley, 1823, has a mere mention of the hill in the view from Julfa is seen, above the bridge, a mountain distant 5 or 6 miles, on which are some remains of an edifice not very ancient but occupying, as tradition states, the site of a ruined fire temple. Hence the mountain has been denominated Isaya-Kataji or Deshkuji *Usher, 1865, gives a brief description of the mount and alludes to the large size of the bricks seen in the ruins. He adds that the fire temple was erected, it is said, by Ardashir, or Artaxerxes. Lord Curzon, 1892, has but a couple of sentences on the 1C Chardin, Voyages, 2. 105, Amsterdam, 1735. Compare also Curzon, Persia, 2. 47 to Bell, Travels in Asia, ed. Pinkerton, 7. 308, London, 1811. Sier Porter, Travels, 1. 437 Huxley, Travels, 3. 49, and Pice. IVI, C, London, 1823. Usher, Journey from London to Persepolis, p. 595, London, 1865. S258 From Hamadan to Isfahan. Subject of this isolated rocky hill, the summit of which is crowned by some ruins of mud brick. This is called the Atashgah, from a tradition that a fire altar was here erected by Ardashir, Artaxerxes, Longimanus. The tradition may be true, but the present ruins are not old. To these meager statements I am now in a position to add more material which will throw fresh light on the subject and carry the history of the fire temple more than 1,000 years back of the present. This material is to be found in the Arab geographers of the 9th and 10th centuries, who call this Pirsum the fire temple of Mdrahin, or Mdras, according as we are to read the name and its variants, to the name of a village or district in the vicinity of Isfahan. The first of these Oriental witnesses is Ibn Khordadbeh, 8816, whom I have already quoted on several other exercises. In describing the district of Isfahan he mentions the village of Muraban, Vl Maraz, in which there is a citadel built by Tamurath, and in it a temple of fire. This statement shows that even in Ibn Khordadbeh's time the temple was regarded as very ancient. The second author is the well-known writer Masudi, who died in the year 957. In his Meadows of Old, written in 943 to 944, Masudi refers to the fire temple near Isfahan as the second of 7 sanctuaries, which were originally idol temples devoted to the worship of the sun, moon, and the 5 principal stars. His statement is as follows: the second of these one Curzon, Persia, 258. 2. The reading of W\low in an unpointed text will easily account for these differences in spelling, the forms Mdras, being in fact the variant, and Mdrabin the more original. It is true that Ptolemy, Geographic 6:44, mentions a place, Mapta'if, near Ispadana, i.e. Isfahan, but we cannot be sure that this was the ancient Maraz, of Tomaschek, Zur Historischen Topographie von Persjagi, Pigin Khordadbeh, ed. Dagoge, Bibl Geographic Arab. 620, translate p16. In the same manner Hamid Hani, ed. Dagoge, 5. 265, says, when Tamurath reigned he built the villages of Muraban, v1. Maraz, and Kavandast in the district of Isfahan, and again, 5263, he associates Jeii Julfa, and Muraban. Identification of the site. 259 temples is situated on the summit of a mountain called Maraz, Mdrahifi, near Isfahan. There were idols in this until they were removed by King Ustasf, i.e. Vishtaspa, the patron of Zoroaster, when he adopted the religion of the Magi and converted the shrine into a temple of fire. It is 3 farsakhs from Isfahan and is still held in great veneration by the Magi. 1. This important statement by Masudi proves conclusively that the temple was not in ruins in the early part of the 10th century of our era, and that tradition, like the previous allusion to Tamuruth, ascribed to it an antiquity even prior to Zoroaster's day, since it is said to have existed as a shrine of idols before Vishtaspa converted it into a fire temple. I feel positive that the present ruins go back at least to Sasanian times, and there may be reasons for assigning them to a still earlier period. The site was certainly an ancient one, as is shown by the statements of both the Oriental authorities whom I have quoted, and there may be grounds for laying more stress on the tradition, cited above, which connects the temple with the name of Ardashir-Dirazdast, known to us through the classics as the Achaemenian king Artaxerxes Longimanus. This monarch reigned BC 465 to 425, a century and a half after the date assigned by tradition to Vishtaspa, and it is said in the Bhamanyasht that he made the religion of Zoroaster current in the whole world. In corroboration of such a suggestion regarding Bahman's connection with this particular fire temple, I may cite the authority of a third Oriental writer, Ibn Rasta, about AD 950, who says, Murabban borders upon the town of Jei. It was one of the pleasure grounds of the early Khosrus. K1 for the original text of Masudi and a French translation, see Les Frères d'Or, ed. Barbie de Maynard, 4. 47, Paris, 1865. I may add that Muhammad Hassan Burhan, 1651, in his Persian dictionary Burhan Keita, repeats practically the same statement as that which I have quoted, see Vollers, Lexicon Persico-Latinum, S. Vimdras. My 2YT. 217c, Zoroaster, p. 160. 260 From Hamadan to Isfahan, Khaz is said to have resided there and to have beautified the place. At his command a lofty and magnificent citadel was erected on the mountain peak there. It towered aloft so as to overlook the valley of the Zendarad, and from its summit there was a commanding view of the entire country. But King Bahman, son of Isfendiyar, i.e. Bohemian Ardashir-Dirazdast, took possession of it and burned it, and he built below it a stronghold and established in it a shrine of fire which stands till this day, and even the fire remains in it. A similar tradition connecting the temple with the name of Ardashir-Bahman-Dirazdast, Artaxerxes Longimanus, is preserved in the annals written by Hamza of Isfahan, AD 11th century, who, as a native, was well acquainted with the traditions of Isfahan. He writes as follows regarding Ardashir-Bahman: he founded in one day 3 fire temples in the province of Isfahan. The first was in the east, the second in the west, and the third in the middle. The first of these is situated near the citadel of Maran, i.e. Mar__in, Ormdras, and is the fire of Shar Ardashir, the word Shar signifying district, and Ardashir being a name of Bahman. The second is the fire of Zervan Ardashir, located in the territory of Darak called Barka, and the third is the fire of Mir Ardashir, located in the territory of Ardistan of the same name. One other Oriental passage is to be mentioned. It is found in a Persian history of Isfahan based on an Arabic original composed in the year AD 1030 by Mufaddal B. B. al-Hussein al-Mafarukhi and entitled Risd Latu Matsini Isfahan. But it must be noticed that this source attributes the temple one the text has Zarim Rad. 2 See My Zoroaster, pages 157 to 163. 3 Ibn Rasta, ed. Dagoj, Bibl Geographic Arab. 7 152 to 153. See Hamza of Isfahan, N. Ia, MM Libri X, ed. Galwald, 2. p. 27, Leipzig, 1848. For the names Darak and Barka compare Yakut, pages 99, 222. Yakut, p. 509, has a brief mention only of a place which he calls Mdrignan, situated 1/2 farsakh from Isfahan, but he makes no mention of the fire temple, a famous fire temple 261 rather to Sasanian times, assigning it to the reign of Piraz, son of Yazdagerd, AD 459 to 484, and ascribing its erection to Adharshapur, the head man of the village of Muristan in the district of Murabin. Whether we ultimately decide to assign the origin of the temple to Achaemenian times or to assign the present ruins to Sasanian times, something has been added to our knowledge of the shrine and its site by carrying its history back for at least 15 centuries. It is sufficient for the present to know that the sacred fire burned for ages upon its altar, and we may leave it to the future to decide to which particular Zoroastrian divinity the temple may have been dedicated. 1. For this reference, see the article by Brown, A Bare Manuscript History of Isfahan, in JBAS. 1901, pages 417 to 418. Chapter 18. Isfahan, the former capital. Following on Oikhni we came to a town called Spaham, which hadly been a notable town till of late. Jos Afab Barrow, 1474, Travels in Persia, p. 71. Gardens, palaces, and pavilions, mosques and madrasas, bazaars, splendid bridges, and above all a magnificent royal square. These are the impressions which the traveler carries away from Isfahan, and so vivid are they that time dulls them but slowly. The city has a special claim to attention, as it was ranked as the metropolis of Persia from the 16th to the 18th century, before Tehran usurped its place as capital of the Shah's dominion. Isfahan, nevertheless, retains its traditional title Nisfayadan, half the world, even though the rest of the world today may know it only as a center of trade in rugs, or possibly as the scene of the Persian novel, Haji Baha of Isfahan. The city lies in a level tract of country which extends around it for miles. Entrance to the town is made through a maze of walled vineyards and orchards, whose variety of color resembles a Persian carpet. Mosques pierce the skyline with their slender minarets, or rival the blue of heaven with their turquoise domes. Poplars and plane trees lend grace and color to the scene, and distant hills form a serrated background for the picture. Peculiar feature of the landscape is the large number of pigeon towers which line the sides of the road and dot the plain beyond. These turreted columbaries, which are built of clay and brick and look like windmills that have lost their arms and sails, provide shelter for myriads of pigeons. And 262 Ju.3, _IJ, JTAT-R.%.R-I, Flandin's sketch of the hill of the Isfahan fire temple, with a pigeon tower in the foreground. Isfahan and the bridge of Ali Verdi Khan, a Persian Delhi 263, form a lucrative source of revenue to those who sell the drop pings of the birds to be used as a fertilizer on the neighboring fields. In some respects Isfahan offers to the traveler who is attracted by the modern phases of Persia more objects of interest than any city of Iran. It may be true that the city has lost much of the splendor that distinguished it 300 years ago as the capital of Shah Abbas the Great, whose lavish hospitality to the foreigners that visited his court is described by the early European travelers, Tavernier, Chardin, Sanson, Fryer, and Camphor. It is equally true that the city never fully recovered from the blow that it suffered in the 18th century from the Afghan invasion, which lost for it its prestige as capital and resulted in the transfer of the imperial seat to Tehran. Nevertheless, enough of the old luster remains, even though the effect is sometimes produced by tinsel, to make Isfahan a Persian Delhi and a worthy rival to its modern successor on the Caspian littoral. I cannot quite agree, therefore, with some of the recent writers in their tendency to bemoan the decadence of Isfahan and lament over its vanished glory. I acknowledge that it has been dimmed, but I should be far from accepting that pessimistic view which would interpret the title Zil as Sultan, shadow of the Sultan, held by its governor, a brother of the Shah, as symbolizing the shade into which Isfahan has been thrown by Tehran. From what I could learn about the vigorous possessor of this umbrageous attribute, I should judge that he and the city resemble each other in being very substantial shadows and important factors in Persian affairs. The general condition of the people, the evidences of commercial activity, and the apparent signs of a growing trade, seem to me to be indications of promise again for the future. I have called Isfahan a modern city. It is so in its present form, for it owes its surviving traces of beauty to Shah Abbas I, the contemporary of Queen Elizabeth, and to his successors. 264 Isfahan, the former capital in the 17th century. Historically, however, Ispahan, or Isfahan, as the natives more generally call it, can lay claim to great antiquity. The Greek geographer Ptolemy, in the 2nd century after Christ, mentions it as Ispadna, which would be the equivalent of an Old Persian word signifying having horses as a gift. The Pahlavi texts designate the city as Spajadin in one case, mentioning it in a comment on an Avesta passage, in another stating that the original governor was Sparnak, who was apparently a brother of the hero Rustam, and in still another adding that Rustam and King Kaz defeated Afrasiab, the great enemy of Iran, in a battle near the borders of Isfahan. The most ancient section of the city, corresponding in part to the modern suburb Julfa, was called Jei by the Arabs, a name which answers to the Pahlavi Gial and the classical Gabi, and is associated in some way with the name of Kavi the blacksmith, of legendary fame in Iran. Tradition makes him a native of Isfahan and tells how he headed a rebellion against the tyrant Zohak, or Azi-Dahaka, of Babylon. Zohak is represented as a monster from whose shoulder grew 2 serpents that had to be fed each day with the brains of children. When the tyrant caused Kavi's 2 sons to be killed for this purpose, the blacksmith raised an insurrection, hoisted his leather apron upon a spear as a standard, marched with the hero Faridun to Babylon, and overthrew and slew the one Ptolemy, Geographia, 6. 44, Aoird Sava. 25. VD 2. 23, 52, Ajam SPDHDN 8 CBD 31. 10, TR West. SBE. 5 140, and regarding the uncertain reading of the governor's name as Sparnak, see Justi, Jaironisk, IES Ivamen Butch, p. 307b*, see Great Iranian Bundeshan, 41. 7, TR Darmstedter, Leza. 2402 cf. Also West, Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2102. Another incidental allusion to the city is found in Chakand Gumanik Vijar, 2. 2, West, She. 24123, ed. Hoshangji and West, pages 11, 188. 6 For the names, cf. Shatroy Ha-Iran, 53, Gal Orgi, Strabo, Geographic 728, ed. Minuk, 1015. 2, and Ptolemy, Geographic 6. 47, FD/Sci. See also Marquardt, Erdensatter, p. 29. The hero is called Gava of Ispahan in the Persian Sad Dar, 63. 5, cf. West, SBE. 24323. On Jei Julfa, see also Justi, GRU7IDR. Iran. Filal. 2485, with references. History of Isfahan 265 Monster. The leather apron mounted upon a spear became the national ensign of Iran, and the keeping of this treasured emblem was entrusted to Isfahan and remained its cherished privilege for ages. Another quarter of Isfahan in early times was called Yahildayat, Jewry, having received its name, according to Persian tradition, from a colony of Jews who came to Isfahan as exiles from Jerusalem in the reign of Nebuchadnezzar. The Sasanian king Yazdagerd I had as his queen a Jewish princess of Gi, or Isfahan, descended from these exiles, and there is still quite an extensive settlement of Persian Jews, numbering some 5,000, in Isfahan. The history of Isfahan from the time of the Mohammedan invasion differed little from that of other Persian cities which were conquered successively by Mahmud of Ghazni, Yengiz Khan, and Tamerlane, down to the end of the 16th century, when Shah Abbas lifted the town to the rank of capital of the empire, a dignity which it had already enjoyed, though only over a limited province. Its central position is such as to qualify it well for a metropolis, even if Tehran has now an advantage in being more accessible to Europe, and it is certain that during the 2 centuries of its ascendancy Isfahan merited the renown for beauty to which the great Shah Abbas believed his capital was entitled. The topography of Isfahan is easy to grasp, if we bear in mind that the city lies on the north side of the Zendarud, and that Julfa, its Armenian suburb, lies on the south side of 1C. Yakut, p. 43. 2 Al-Hamadhani, ed. Dagoj, Bibl Geographic Arab. 5 261-262, and Yakut, p. 613. On Nebuchadnezzar of. Also Gray, Kai Larasp, and Nehuchadrezzar, in WZKM. 18-291-298. 8 C. Shatroi Ha-Aaron, 53, ed. Modi, pages 111-113, and compare Darmstedter, texts Palvis Relatives o Judaism, 2. 41, in Bev. Muds Juvs, 19. 41, idem, La Bina Shasidndukt, in Ax du Huisham Congress International des Orientalists, Sector 2. 193-198, Leiden, 1892. Asterisk for additional material in a rare Persian manuscript relating to Isfahan and its history, C. Brown, J.R.A.S. 1901, pages 411-446, 661-704. Cf. Also Hudam Schindler, Eastern Persian Iraq, pages 119-129, London, 1897. 266 Isfahan, the former capital, the river, and is connected with the main part of the town by several fine bridges. The heart of the city, and central point of interest, is the magnificent Miad Shah, Imperial Square, which is mentioned even in the Shahnameh and is one of the most imposing plazas I have ever seen. Its length from north to south is more than a quarter of a mile, and its breadth from east to west is nearly an eighth of a mile. It is as level as a parade ground, and as we canter over its smooth surface we are reminded of the days, 300 years ago, when the rulers of the capital used to have exhibitions of the traditional horsemanship of the Persians given here. Prize, sometimes a golden goblet, was set on the top of a pole in the midst of the vast arena and shot at as the marksman galloped by, or sides were taken by the princes and nobles in the ancient game of polo, Gaithu Chugden, and a large marble goal-post is still standing at each end of the Maidan to mark the terminus toward which they drove the ball that, in the words of Omar Khayyam, no question makes of eyes and nose, but here and there as strikes the player goes. But polo is no longer played here, only occasional parades and processions are held, and the caravans wend their slow way across it to unload their burdens in the bazaars. The four sides of the Maidan are bordered by low galleried buildings, the uniform outline of whose roofs is broken at various points by stately edifices that have real architectural merit. These I shall describe only briefly, for it would be impossible for me to add anything to the many excellent and full descriptions which have been given from the days of T. A. Vernier and Chardin to Curzon and Brown. 1 C. Firdausi, Shah Endma, ed. Viewer Slandauer, 2. 746, and T. R. Mole, 2. 423. 2. In general I should refer the reader to Lord Curzon's admirable account of Isfahan, Persia, 218-59, which summarizes all that is best in the authorities that preceded him. Musjid-i Shah, the king's mosque palace of the Zil as-Sultan, Prince Governor of Isfahan, an imposing plaza 267 on the north side, at a point leading into the bazaars, is the Nakdrukna Music Hall, Band Tower, where, as at Urumia and other places, a noisily beaten signal and a blast of horns accompanies the rising and setting of the Sunday. Conspicuous on the east side of the plaza is the blue enameled dome of the Mosque of Sheikh Lutfullah, which dates back several centuries. On the southern side of the square, near the middle, is a grand arched portal leading to the handsome Musjid-i Shah, Mosque of the King, which stands somewhat back of it, to the southwest. This fine specimen of a Mohammedan sanctuary was founded in 1612 by Shah Abbas, but it is now unfortunately beginning to fall into decay. On the west of the great quadrangle, but nearer the southern end, rises the royal palace with its grand entrance Ali Kapi, a sort of sublime port. The Ali Kapi, with its open porch above, and columns noticeable in the picture, served formerly as an audience hall in which the Safavid kings received ambassadors. It was used also as an asylum of refuge for fugitive debtors and manslayers. But its importance has long since vanished. The royal palace itself, which stands back of this entrance, is now occupied by the Zil-as-Sultan, the prince-governor of Isfahan. This princely residence covers a considerable area with its gardens, courts, and pavilions, one of which, the Kahal Saitun, hall of 40 pillars, was famous as the veranda and throne room of Shah Abbas. The bazaars in Isfahan lie behind the rows of buildings on the northern and eastern sides of the Maidan. It is possible to walk for 2 or 3 miles under their covered shade, or rather to push one's way through the crowded mass of camels, donkeys, packs, porters, buyers, sellers, and money changers. The bazaars have all the characteristic features which I have already described as belonging to an Asiatic mart. Their trade has preserved for the city some at least of the prestige which once belonged to Isfahan as the Emporium of Persia. Brocaded 1 CP 104, above. 268 Isfahan, the former capital cloths, felt goods, saddles, native weapons and armor, lacquered ware, articles of silver filigree work, and objects made of metal are among the wares exposed for sale. I still can hear the deafening rattle and beat of the coppersmith's mallet and the brass worker's hammer, busily engaged in the manufacture of useful culinary utensils and of vessels that were often artistic specimens of Persian metalwork. To the west of the Maidan, and beyond the precincts of the royal palace, is the park-like section of the city with its grand avenue that leads to the river. In the extreme western portion of this quarter, and beginning at the Grand Promenade, is the section of gardens known as the Hasjat Bamsht, 8 paradises. In the midst of this paradise region there stands a pavilion built by Shah Sulayman, about 1670, and once a masterpiece of the creative art of the Safavid dynasty, but, like its surroundings, it has been allowed to run down, so that its beauty and surreptitiousness are a thing of the past. The Grand Avenue itself is called the Ahadraj Abdgh, 4 gardens, from the vineyards which Shah Abbas devoted to this purpose when he embellished his capital, and it is sometimes referred to as the Champs Élysées of Isfahan. It is a long boulevard, nearly 3/4 of a mile from end to end, and 200 feet broad, laid out with watercourses and fountains through its center and with promenades shaded by alleys of poplar and sycamore trees on each side. Little is left to tell the story of its former beauty, neglect and decay are all too evident. On the eastern side of this shaded avenue, between it and the Maidan as we ride toward the river, an impressive building attracts the attention. It is the Madrasa-i Shah Hussein, an educational institution, built about the beginning of the 18th century by Shah Hussein, whose name it bears, and designed as a college for the training of mullahs and dervishes. 1 For a description of this garden of nightingales, see Curzon, Persia, 2. 36-38, Bruges, Im Landstersan, pages 317-319, after Chardin. Madrasa of Shah Hussein, from the Chahar Bah within the court of the Madrasa the Chahar Bah and the Great Bridge 269 the handsome portal, with its doors encrusted with brass and chased with silver, calls forth admiration, and its turquoise dome, girdled with arabesques in rich yellow, is as beautiful as it is graceful. But much of the exquisite tiling on the dome has dropped off, and some of the marble panels on the outer wall of the building itself have disappeared, while parts of the framework and lattice of the windows are broken. But within the walls of the madrasa, in its arched cells, Mohammedan students continue to learn the Quran, or find leisure, in their recreation hours, to smoke their kalians around a shady tank in its courtyard. At the end of the avenue of Chahar Bah is a great bridge, which is one of the 5 that lead over the Zendarud to Julfa. This bridge is called Pul-i Ali Verdi Khan, after the name of the distinguished general of Shah Abbas, and it is one of the finest bridges of its kind in the world. It is about 12 yards broad and 388 yards long, and it spans the river with a succession of 34 arches solidly built of brick and stone masonry. The design and construction of the bridge is such that it offers at least 3 viaducts for traffic at the same time. The main causeway is for mounted passengers and for the occasional vehicles that traverse it. The galleried arcades on each side of this are for the use of those on foot. Vaulted passage, in addition to these, pierces the stone arches on which the bridge is built and may be employed as an extra means of transit, if needed. All day long, till nightfall is signaled by the curfew horn of the Na Karakana, this great bridge is thronged by an unceasing crowd, and the other bridges are almost equally frequented in the daytime. It was toward evening when I first crossed the Zenderud and had a view of the picturesque surroundings. The sun sent long slanting rays across the river, whose water was then high from the melting snow and whose shimmering surface was stirred by the breeze into 1,000 sparkling ripples. The 270 Isfahan, the former capital shores of the river were decked in the rich verdure of spring, and the banks were spread with bright cloths which the dyers had laid out in the air to dry after their day's work, and these heightened the color effect of the picture. In less than half an hour I reached Julfa, the Armenian suburb of Isfahan and residence of most of the Europeans, but once a sort of Persian Versailles, the royal pleasure grounds of the Safavid kings. Although Julfa occupies an older site, which possibly even corresponds in part to the ancient Gabs and Jei, it is nevertheless, in its present form, hardly older than 3 centuries, and owes its name and Armenian population alike to the fortunes of war and the wisdom of Shah Abbas the Great. About the year 1603 that memorable monarch gained some successes in battle over the Turks on the northwestern frontier of his realm, whereupon, for political and other reasons, he transplanted several thousand families of Christian Armenians from Julfa on the Araxes, which I mentioned in the 3rd chapter, and settled them in a new Julfa on the outskirts of his capital. Here they flourished under his liberal treatment, but not so under his successors. The latter were less generous in their policy toward these colonists, whose number consequently decreased considerably and has continued to fall off down to the present time, when the settlement is estimated at not more than 3,000 souls. They are still Christians, have a cathedral, built under the auspices of Shah Abbas, and 1 or 2 places of worship besides, and among them the mission of the Church of England is doing earnest work. I had with me letters of introduction to the mission house, and I chanced to overtake my prospective host and hostess on the way to their home. They had returned only the day before from a fortnight's journey to Shiraz and were so sunburnt that I almost mistook them for Eurasians, an experience which I myself met with later in the journey, when my own face had 1 cf. pages 22 to 23, above. The Meedan of Isfahan, the royal mosque and the porch of the palace pavilion of Mirrors Julfa, the Armenian suburb 271 become almost as dark as a Persian's from weeks of exposure under the tropical sun of southern Iran. These English cousins received me hospitably at the mission, and we soon felt like old friends. I had an opportunity to learn something about their evangelical labors and also about the philanthropic work in medical and surgical lines. The sick and suffering come sometimes from a distance of several hundred miles for treatment and relief, some, alas, come suffering from the effects of barbarous mutilations, inflicted as punishments, an instance of which I saw during my short stay in Isfahan. I had almost forgotten the rumor I had heard on the road some days before, to the effect that the mail had been robbed. On reaching Isfahan, I was told that the presumable culprits had been captured, but I thought nothing more about the matter. Next morning, as my host and I were riding into town, we met a small company of excited people following a man who was seated upon a donkey and looked deathly pale. He held up his right arm, which was covered with a cloth, and from beneath this a purple stream of blood was flowing. Took little heed of the fact until, a short distance beyond, we met another, whose ashen pallor contrasted with the ruddy drops that trickled into the dust. He was on foot and alone. 100 yards behind him followed a third man seated upon a small white donkey, which was stained with a similar crimson stream that poured from a rag-swathed arm. Some women followed behind him and were beating their breasts and tearing their cheeks with their nails. The men that marched behind the sufferer gesticulated and gave vent to imprecations. Seeing that we were foreigners, the bleeding man cried out in Persian, Masters, let the sword of your government be sharpened to avenge the outrage of this unjust punishment. In an instant it dawned upon us that these were 3 of the men who had been convicted of the robbery. Their right hands had been cut off. The manner in which the punishment is inflicted is as brutal as it is summary. The public swordsman, emboldened to his 272 Isfahan, the former capital task by a dose of hashish, seizes the prisoner by the arm and with his scimitar slashes the hand from the wrist. No care is taken, as in a surgical operation, to draw back the skin before amputating the member, and no attention is paid to the offender after the hand is severed, except to thrust the bleeding stump of the arm into melted butter and let the victim go. The 3 men whom we had just passed were on their way to the surgeon of the Christian mission for treatment. In each case he had first to saw off enough of the bone to allow the skin to cover the lopped-off member, before he could begin treatment for the injury. This was not all of the incident. Meadan, there was a crowd gathered. When we reached the 4th prisoner had been punished, but his sentence was death. In such cases the execution is swift, but inhuman. Steel hooks are thrust into the doomed man's nostrils and his head is quickly drawn back by these, a hasty gash then cuts the throat, and the bleeding victim is tossed upon the ground to go through the death agony before the eyes of the gaping crowd. I was told that the sisters of the dead man were weeping over his lifeless body, but I turned away to be spared the sight. It is true that the majesty of the law had been upheld and justice administered by the sword, and that, too, in the public square near the doors of the very bank whose post these highwaymen had robbed. The road was now safe Ras al Madhud, but what a way of making it safe. Capital punishment of this kind may be a necessary measure in Persia, but its barbarousness is none the less revolting. Nor does it effectually eradicate crime, for it was not long after this incident that 8 men were punished in a similar manner in the same public square. 4 of these had their throats cut, 2 had their hands cut off, and the remaining 2 were hamstrung. One of these latter had previously suffered mutilation, some 18 years before, by losing a hand. I did not hear whether eventually he died from being hamstrung. Barbarous punishments and executions 273. But this cruel punishment frequently results fatally. In much the same fashion, as I learned later, 3 bakers at Shiraz had their tongues cut out for selling their bread at too high a price. But, as my correspondent concluded, Iran Hamel-Nast Persia is always the same. While on the subject of Persian punishments, I may mention one of the death penalties, inflicted by torture, which is still in use. This is the method called gaching, from gach, * gypsum, mortar. The malefactor is plastered up in gypsum, so as to form a pillar by the roadside, but with his face exposed to the public gaze, and there left to die. At the time when the late Shah was assassinated, 5 persons who had been accused of treacherous designs were thus put to death on the main road near Shiraz. At Taft near Yezd, moreover, I passed a place where a convict had thus been dealt with a month before, but, more mercifully for the victim, he was immured in the mortar with his head downward, so that his sufferings were less prolonged. Instances of other barbarous methods of execution might easily be multiplied. During my short stay in Isfahan I found time to inquire whether there were any Zoroastrians engaged in business there, as I thought this would be probable in so large a place. It seemed the more likely also because there once was a suburb of Isfahan called Giabarabd, settlement of the Ghabars, to which the German traveller Olearius alluded, 3 centuries ago, giving a picture likewise of the Tower of Silence, Dakamake, in the vicinity. Thus far on my journey through Persia I had not met with a single Zoroastrian, but had only heard of the one at Mayandub, who called himself a Babi, and had learned that there were 2 or 3 Ghabars at Sultanabad, a town largely devoted to the weaving of Persian rugs, but I had not one. It is not improbable that some of the pyramids of human skulls left as monuments by Yengiz Khan and Timur Lang may owe their origin to this ghastly practice. G. Olearius, Persianisk by Zbeshrebitan, Hamburg, 1696, p. 293, Kebrabath, p. 296, Dakama. GP 119, above, 274 Isfahan, the former capital. Been able to visit them on my way to Isfahan. This, therefore, was my first opportunity to see some of the Persian followers of the Prophet of ancient Iran. I found that, although there were some 6 of them doing business in the bazaar, only 3 resided regularly in Isfahan, the rest were Ghabars from Yazd. I have designated them as Krahars, after the native fashion, but this term is derogatory, being equivalent to unbelievers, and is never employed by the Zoroastrians themselves. They designate themselves as Zertshtiyan, Zoroastrians, sometimes as Badlndn, those of the good religion, to or again Fdrusis, i.e. Parsis, from Fars, or Pars, the old province of Persia proper. As for the name fire worshipper Atishparasv, the Zoroastrians in Persia as well as in India object to that title. They claim that they regard fire as a symbol or manifestation of Ormuzd, as an emblem of purity and power, and not as a divinity. It would be equally logical, they urge, and I was prepared to hear this argument, for Christians to be called cross worshippers after the symbol of their faith. Through the ever-ready kindness of the English director of the Imperial Bank at Isfahan, I obtained the address of the principal Ghabar merchant, who bore the old Zoroastrian name Bahman Jamzet, that is, Vohuman Jamshid, and I proceeded to call upon him at his shop, as he happened to be in the city at the time. He was a man over 6 feet in height, and large in proportion, and he was dressed in a snuff-colored garment peculiar to the Ghabars. His face, which was smooth-shaven, except for the black mustache, was round and full, and his features showed a marked contrast to the Mohammedan physiognomy, in which an admixture of foreign blood is often noticeable. His appearance reminded me somewhat of the types in the old Persian and Sasanian sculptures at Behistun. 1 See also my article, The Modern Zoroastrians of Persia, in Homiletic Review, 48. 14-19, New York, 1904. The name Badin is generally used by the Parsis in India to denote the laity in the Zoroastrian community. A Zoroastrian merchant of Isfahan 275 and Tak-I Boston, especially the rough bas-relief figures carved on the boulder near the famous inscription of Darius, as I have already described. His manners were polite and dignified, but I did not understand at the moment a certain reserve in his demeanor, nor did I appreciate his almost concerned look when I began to question him regarding the subject of religion. I afterwards discovered the cause. There were a number of Mohammedans present, and he hesitated to speak freely in their presence about his faith. Meeting, however, was planned for the next day, but I was then unfortunately prevented from keeping the appointment, so he sent word forward to his brother, Rustam Shah Jahan, at Shiraz, asking him to extend hospitality to me in case I should call, and telling him about my interest in Zoroastrianism and in its present followers. At Isfahan there were a number of other matters which I should have liked to investigate, for I felt interested in the Sidb in spite of the signs of decay and notwithstanding the fact the Isfahanis have always borne a reputation for untrustworthiness and superficiality, like the tinsel and veneer on some of their buildings. I should likewise have been glad to have an opportunity of learning more about the condition of the people themselves, as contrasted with the past, but that may well be left to others, better qualified than myself, to treat. I neglected, moreover, to perform what would be regarded as a Baedeker duty in European travel. This was to see the shaking minarets of Abdallah's shrine. These slender towers, which rise from the roof of the tomb, oscillate back and forth, describing an angle of several degrees, when simply pushed by the hand. I felt privileged to forego this piece of sightseeing in order to hasten my departure again southward to visit the historic sites of Pasargadse and Persepolis. I found that for this journey, and as far as Shiraz, I could obtain the regular post horses, as I was on the main route over which the Persian mail is carried. I decided, therefore, to give 1 See pages 210 to 212, above. 276 Isfahan, the former capital, up my caravan and allow Shahbaz, who had been my CHDRVDDDR and guide for a month, to return to Urumia with his horses. I was sorry to say goodbye to Rocksher, whom I had ridden so long, Safar parted also somewhat reluctantly with his mount, which was known as the brown horse. A farewell was taken of the grey pack horse who had carried his heavy load so well, and Shahbaz made ready to ride his own stumbling jade, accompanied by the others. I then wrote a letter of recommendation for Shahbaz, stating how he had served me on the journey. Owing to the broad smile which lighted up his round face, as it had so often during the 4 weeks, I probably made the report somewhat more favorable than I might otherwise have done. I paid him in full for his month's work, gave him a gratuity of from 2 to 4 crans, 20 to 40 cents, for each day that he had served me particularly well, and added an extra toman, $, for every day that he gained for me by reaching the several destinations earlier than the time scheduled. This concluded our regular business transactions, but I wished to have 2 of the pack ropes from the baggage because they had been used in drawing me up the Bihistan rock. Shahbaz still had an eye to the main chance, and he made me pay a stiff price for the ropes, but I am glad now that I have them as a memento of the climb and of the journey. Having dismissed Shahbaz, I completed my arrangements with the head of the Tidrukna for my first relay of post horses, but, as it was already late in the afternoon when we started, we made only 10 or 12 miles, covering the distance at a swift gallop, and spent the night at the hamlet of Marg. The second day was a record breaker. We rode 77 miles in the hours between 5:10 am and 10:45 pm, when we reached Yezdakast, one of the most curiously situated places that can be imagined. It is perched on top of a rocky height that looks, as one approaches it, like some gigantic ship that has been turned to stone in the midst of a river from Yezdakast to Meshadi Murgab 277 bed that has been dry for ages. Our third night was passed at the walled village of Abeda, 11 farsakhs, or 42 miles, farther on, and the fourth at the small settlement of Debid, with poor quarters, but the convenience of a telegraph office. Finally, at noon on the 5th day, we reached Meshadi Murgab, the nearest halting place to the tomb of Cyrus and the scenes of the past glory of the Achaemenians. Chapter 19 Ancient Pasargad and the Tomb of Cyrus the Great. The paths of glory lead but to the grave. Gray, Elegy, 36. Pasargad, the subject of this chapter, and Persepolis, the topic of the next, are sad themes, in a measure, for both are silent cities of a dead past, although each was in turn the capital of ancient Persia. Pasargadi, the royal seat of Cyrus and Cambyses; Persepolis, that of Darius and his successors on the Achaemenian throne. Cyrus and Darius still remain in effigy of stone, and the vestiges of royal halls, untenanted for more than 2,000 years, bear witness to the departed splendor of a period of grandeur, but ruin reigns supreme, and even the tombs that housed the bodies of the dead kings have been crumbling for ages. Time's relentless touch has worn away the clear-cut features of these monuments and destroyed the beauty of their lineaments, yet they still endure to mark daily by their shadows the advance of centuries across the dial of eternity, and to give tangible evidence of the ancient magnificence of the Persians, whose law, like that of the Medes, knew no change and whose scepter once swayed the fortunes of the Eastern world. The brilliant career of Cyrus, the founder of the Achaemenians, took Asia captive by its splendid triumphs, and his successes have thrown such a halo about his memory that it is sometimes difficult to view the events of his reign in their true light and separate facts from the legends gathered about his name. This is due in large measure to an early, and for the 278 the tomb of Sycus the Great, the platform overlooking Pasargadi the royal seat of Gyrus, 279 most part erroneous, identification of Cyrus with the shadowy figure of Caicos, ruin identification which lingers still in the hearts of the Persian people. Whatever value we are to attach to the picturesque accounts of the youth of Cyrus as told by Herodotus, Xenophon, and other classical writers, his real elevation to power began with his defeating Astyages and then overthrowing the Median kingdom. Before the year BC 550.1 this vanquisher of Media next conquered Croesus and the realm of Lydia, subdued Ionia, Lycia, and Caria on the west, reduced a part of the Hindu Kush region in the east, and at last humbled the proud city of Babylon, thus rendering firm the foundations of his vast kingdom before death stayed his hand. He chose as the seat for his capital the spot where he had first gained his victory over the Medes. Here he built Pasargadse, the royal city whose ruins still cover several miles, and here he erected his tomb. The location of the classic Pasargadse is now acknowledged to have been on the plain of Murgab, about 6 miles from a present small settlement called Meshad-i-Murgab, which I reached on my 5th day from Isfahan and where I stayed overnight on 3 different occasions. Pasargadse is not visible from Meshad-i-Murgab, as it lies beyond a low range of hills that encircle the plain around it. Hour's easy ride, crossing once or twice the intersecting channels of the Palver, or ancient Medus, brought me to the foot of the ridge. The ascent was rough, but not at all difficult, and as the horses surmounted the rocky crest a sharp bend in the old caravan road threw open to the view the historic plain of Murgab in all its rich fertility, spreading its green expanse fully 9 miles in one direction and 15 in another, and surrounded on all sides by hilly barriers as a battlefield for the hosts of my one. For details see article Cyrus the Great, in New Internet. In Cyclop. 582-583. 2 Strabo, Geographia, 15. 38. For a topographical rope of the vicinity, see Peru and Chippies, Histoire de Viart, 5. 444-280 Pasargad and the tomb of Cyrus Astyages and Cyrus. It must have been superb, and I could imagine the women of Persia gathered on the hilltops to the south to watch in breathless anxiety the issue of the eventful fray, and here in the plain I could see memorials of the victory still surviving in the granite remains of the capital which Cyrus had founded. As the rider begins to descend from the northern ridge, the first object that catches the eye is a massive platform of stone, built on a terrace to the left of the way and overlooking the plain below. It is outlined in immense blocks of masonry and is believed to have been intended for the foundations of an audience hall of C.J. Russ. If so, Mohammedan tradition has obliterated the historic truth by dubbing the structure Takht-i-Sulayman, Solomon's throne, after the usual manner in which it has renamed most objects and places of ancient Persian or Zoroastrian date. This solid piece of masonry is over 200 feet long and 50 feet broad, and in many places the beautifully matched stone blocks of the facing are in perfect order and still show the mason's building marks upon them, while in others they have been torn away in great rows, to furnish material for buildings in after ages. In every instance the great cramp irons that secured the blocks have been gouged out, leaving holes that afford nesting places for hundreds of pigeons and other birds. Descending from the ridge, we come, in a few minutes' ride southward, to the first group of the ruins that are scattered over the plain. Point 2 They form the remains of a solid square building which must have been more than 40 feet high, but only one of its shattered walls is standing. The natives conveniently call it Solomon's prison, Zindn-i-Sulayman, Thulafoy 1. Compare the accounts of the battle given by Nicolaus Damascenus and Polyxenus, cited by Gilmore, Fragmerits of Ctesias, pages 115 to 128. 2. For an outline map showing the position of the ruins, see Flandin and Cost, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 4. pi. 194, reproduced in Peru and Chippies, Histoire de Viart, 596. The approach to the ruins 281 believes that it was the tomb of Cambyses, the father of Cyrus. Curzon agrees that it was a sepulchre, even if he does not go so far as to assign it definitely to the father of Cyrus. All scholars unite on one point, in comparing it with a similar edifice near the tombs of the kings at Nakhshari-Rustam, and I believe that most of them are correct in supporting the view that the edifice was an Achaemenian shrine of fire. As I shall maintain in the next chapter, but scarcely a stone of the only wall that survives is in its exact position to tell the story of the past. The present dilapidation of the building, the hard, cold whiteness of the stone, and the contrast which it showed to the soft green of April that freshly decked the plain, as it does ever anew, made a vivid impression upon me. Several hundred yards farther southward is a solitary shaft, nearly 20 feet high and broken at the top. It is composed of 3 blocks, as shown by my photograph, and looks as if it might have formed part of a doorway. Near the summit of this column are carved in cuneiform script, in 3 languages, the simple but dignified words, I am Cyrus, the king, the Aksemenian Adam Kurush Kshayati Yahakamanishia. The same device is repeated on the angle piers of a ruined edifice or court several hundred yards farther to the southeast, and it once decorated the top of a high round column within this enclosure, but in the latter case the inscription has disappeared, and the whole structure is in utter ruin. The like is true of a 4th collection of ruins still farther to the east-southeast on a raised flooring of white stone sustaining the pedestals of former columns and bases of ruined doorways. But to these I paid less attention, because my 1 CP 302, below, and compare Justi, Grundr. Iran. Filal. 422. For the view that the edifice was a tomb, see Piulavoy, v. Art Antique de la Perse, 1. 14-21, cf. also Pi. 5, and for a summary of the opposing theories consult Curzon, Persia, 2. 73. All the ruins have been so well described by Curzon, Persia, 2. 71-75, with measurements and observations regarding their position and state of preservation, that I have contented myself with a brief outline without elaborating the notes I made on the 282 Pasargat and the tomb of Cyrus. Thoughts were riveted upon a monolith standing alone in the plain some distance to the east of the circular column and paved court that I have mentioned. I had long known about it and had always looked forward to the time when I should see it. This impressive monument is a huge slab, over 12 feet high, 5 feet broad, and about 2 feet in thickness. Upon its weathered front is carved in low relief the figure of a king. On his head there rests a curious crown which shows traces of the influence of Egyptian art, but the most striking feature of the image is a double set of immense fan-like wings that rise from the shoulders and droop almost to the feet. The sculptured form is the very idealization of sovereignty. The top of the monolith, which once was inscribed, is broken off, but the missing device, as we know from the drawings of the earlier travelers, consisted of the simple words, I am Cyrus, the king, the Aksemenian, in keeping with the dignity of the surroundings. Point 2 spot, except where I could add something new. 1. For a good description of the bas-relief as it appeared almost 100 years ago, see Kerr Porter, Travels, 1. 492-496. 2. The inscription is clearly drawn in the sketch made in the last century by Kerr Porter, Travels, 1. 492, pi. 13, and is seen in other early pictures. For references compare Justi, Grundr Iran. Filal. 2422. I looked in vain for some trace of the broken piece that held it. There was a stone lying some 50 feet to the southeast, but, although it showed some chisel marks, it did not appear to match the capstone of the monument. The 2 photographs which I took, one of which is here reproduced, are interesting not alone because they show the present condition of the bas-relief, but also from the fact that they prove that the face of the king is slightly turned toward the spectator, as both eyes apparently are shown. The head is not therefore in profile as all the drawings, including those from Kerr Porter, OPCIT Pi 13, to Dulafoy, L. Art Antique, 1 Pi 17, represent it. In addition to this, I do not believe that Dulafoy is justified in representing the figure as holding some object in the hand. A careful study of enlargements of my best photograph convinced me that Kerr Porter was right in regarding the hand simply as raised, like the hand of Darius at Behistan and Nakhshari-Rustam, and that Dulafoy has mistaken the feather tips of the smaller wing for an instrument grasped in the hand of the king. I, Cyrus, the king, the Achmenian, the sculptured monolith of Gyrus 283. I remounted my horse and, followed by Safar and the guides, turned his bridle in the direction of the lonely mausoleum that forms the principal object in the plain. To reach the road that leads to it, I had to ride nearly a mile west and southwest over fields freshly turned up by plows of the primitive Jamshid type. In Persia one has little hesitation about riding over newly sown ground, for a drop of water from the irrigation my trenches quickly restores each trampled blade. Thoughts were centered only upon the massive stone structure in the distance, which looked tower-like enough to merit the name Pyrgos applied to it by Strabo. I had long been interested in the accounts which the Greek and Latin authors have given of the death of Cyrus, and in their descriptions of his tomb. I had devoted considerable time some years before to investigating the mooted question whether this grave of Solomon's mother, or mosque of the mother of Solomon, as the natives call it, was actually the vault of the great king. After a careful and unbiased study of the classical testimony on the subject and a thorough examination, on 3 different occasions, both of the site and the building itself, I became convinced that no doubt should be entertained on the subject, and that we should accept the generally current view that it is the authentic tomb of the founder of the Achaemenian dynasty. I shall briefly present the main facts that lead to this conclusion, and then describe the sepulchre itself. *1 cf. pages 85 to 86, 246, above. 2 Strabo, Geographia, 15. 3 to 7, Iripfo Voilfiaev. 3 The Persian designations are Kabr-im Dar-i Sulayman and Masjid-im Dar-i Sulayman. 4 Traditions referring to the tomb as the burial place of a woman, see Curzon, Persia, 2. 78, 84. I made my studies of the classical writers on the subject of Oui independently of Curzon, Persia, 2. 75 to 90. On completing my investigations I found that he had covered the field so thoroughly and come to the same results, that I could confine myself largely to the main points, adding comments wherever it seemed necessary. I may remark, for example, that Curzon, OPCITP 78, correctly assigns the first real identification of the tomb to Kerporter, 1818, Travels, 284 Pasargabj, and the tomb of Cyrus in the first place. I may speak of the death of Cyrus according to Herodotus, who wrote less than a century after the event. Cyrus met with defeat and death at the hands of the Scythian hordes led by Timurus, queen of the Mysigidae, about the year BC 530, and the victress thrust his severed head into a wineskin filled with human blood and bade him glut to the full his thirst for gore. The father of history adds that this is only one of several accounts of Cyrus's death, but the one which seemed to him nearest the truth. The same story in an abridged form, but drawn evidently from Herodotus, is repeated in the 1st century BC by Diodorus Siculus, who states, however, that the Amazon caused the vanquished king to be impaled. 2. The narrative, with the details as in Herodotus, is repeated by Justinus, c. AD 150, in his epitome of the history of Pompeius Trogus, and briefly sketched by Polyxenus, c. AD 163. The early historian Berosus, c. BC 280, says that Cyrus perished in the plain of the Das. The still earlier authority Tisias, c. BC 400, who knew Persian traditions well, states that Cyrus was mortally wounded in battle against the foreign hosts of the Derbics, apparently somewhere in the east of Iran, and died 3 days afterward, and his body was conveyed to Persia by his son Cambyses. Less confidence may be placed in Xenophon's historical novel, the Cyropaedia, which depicts Cyrus as passing away at a good old age among sorrowing friends, to whom he imparts 502 to 508, but Pietro della Valle Vian E 2.21 Q, Travels, ed. Pinkerton, 9. 112, was on the Rigla track when he wrote, under the date July 22, 522, that he arrived at 2 o'clock in the morning at the site of the ancient Pasargata, where, according to Pliny and Quintus Curtius, was the place of sepulture of Cyrus the Great. 1 Herodotus, e.g. 484 to 408, History, 1. 201 to 214. 2 Diodorus Siculus, Bibliotheca Historia, 2. 44, Tauchnitz edition. G. Justinus, Historiae Philippici, 1. 811 to 13, Polyxenus, Strategmata, 8. 28 * Berosus, quoted by Eusebius, ed. Shown, 1. 30, cf. Miller, Fragmenta Historicorum Graecorum, 2. 505a, Paris, 1848. See also Justi, Gmndr Iran. Filal. 2421, and Gilmore, Fragments of Ctesias, TP1S6, and 5 Ctesias. Fragments, 29, 38-40, ed. Gilmore, pages 135 to 137. The death of Cyrus 285 Lycagist counsels and whom he urges to commit his body to the ground in the simplest manner possible. Cyrus was about 71 years old, and the year of his death is placed at BC 530. On the whole, Ctesias's account of the event may be regarded as the most trustworthy, if compared also with the statements of Arrhene, Strabo, Pliny, Quintus Curtius, and Plutarch regarding the tomb. From the statements of these writers, which I shall next give, we may accept it as a fact that the body of Cyrus was laid to rest here at Pasargadae, and it is not impossible that it was first coated with wax in the custom of the Persians, or perhaps embalmed after the manner of the Egyptians. Arrian, the Greek historian who lived early in the 2nd century of the Christian era and drew material from the writings of Aristobulus, who accompanied Alexander the Great on his eastern campaign, gives an excellent description of the tomb of Cyrus and of the visit which Alexander paid to it. He describes the mausoleum as standing in the midst of a park surrounded by a grove and rich meadows of grass. The tomb itself stood on a rectangular base of stone, and the sepulchre is described as a stone house roofed over, and having a door so small as to be difficult to enter even for a man of no large stature. In this house the body of Cyrus was laid in a Xenophon, Cyropedia, 8. 7:1-28. There is a suggestion of a dying Speakly also in Ctesias, Fragments, 29, 39. 2. See also Katz, Cyrus de Perserconix Abstamion, Krieguendi Todd, pages 36-42, Klagenfurt, 1895, and compare Justi, Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2:421, and 3. 3:1 have referred elsewhere to the statement of Herodotus, 1:140, that the Persians coated the bodies of their dead with wax before interring them. The remarks upon the tombs of Darius and those of the later Achaemenians, in the next chapter, may be consulted. For the suggestion regarding embalming, see Curzon, Persia, 2. 80, and 1. A** Orion, Anabasis, 6. 29 4-11. Version of the passage may be found in Curzon, Persia, 279-80, and for that reason I merely paraphrase the contents, adding the original Greek wherever it seems necessary. For another rendering of the original, see Anabasis of Alexander and Indica, translated by E. J. Chinook, pages 340,341, London, 1893. Greek at Kiksa. Slodovov. 286 Pasargadae and the tomb of Cyrus, golden coffin that rested upon, or beside, a couch, the feet of which were of hammered gold. Under this catafalque carpets of royal purple were spread, and over it was laid a covering of Babylonian tapestry, while around it were lying rich vestments of purple and other colors, costly jewels and precious stones, placed doubtless on the table, which is also mentioned. 3. When Alexander visited the tomb, he found that it had been rifled of its treasures, the body had been thrown out of the coffin, which was broken and battered, for the plunderers found it too heavy to drag with them. And only the casket and catafalque remained. On discovering the outrage, Alexander gave orders that the body should be replaced in the coffin and that everything should be restored to its former condition. He obliterated the doorway, closed up the entrance with a stone, cemented it with mortar, and sealed it with his own signet. The account of Strabo, CBC 30, is substantially the same, but somewhat less detailed. He calls the building a tower of no great size, and adds, on the authority of one Secretus, who was with Alexander, that this tower had 10 tiers, or stages, and the body of Cyrus lay in the uppermost stage, an allusion evidently to the terraced courses and plinth on which the mausoleum stands. Plutarch, about AD 50, like his two predecessors, speaks of the inscription which one Greek Irvikov XPV2. The Greek words literally mean that the couch stood beside the Kof and N, K Savoy Virapari True XY, whereas a statement that follows seems to imply that the allusion is to a catafalque upon which, lit. In the midst of the couch, rested the koisn that contained the body of Cyrus, 4 Phia CP8 KTTJSK /LVRS 7 Tvexos E Ketro 17 T6 RW a 2 Kipo Ekoe. 3 Greek KAL Rptwiakulto. Asterisk lit. He found that everything had been carried off except the coffin and the couch, IR /7 VRRJSIRV of KALTSKKLVNS, Greek RBAN /Zyf RHA Kriksikv. Strabo, Geographia, 15. 37, 8, Irpeos and RBV /XV Irpeopsikteriov Tidviotidru ARYG. Compare also Falconer's translation of Strabo, 3. 133 to 134, Bones Classical Library, London, 1857. The idea of the tower appears again in the Latin version of Callisthenes made in the 3rd century AD by Julius Valerius, who uses the term Turis in his Alexandri Polemi, 2. 2918, Teubner edition. Classic descriptions of the tomb. 287 Cyrus had bidden to be placed on the tomb, and states that the name of the ghoul who had desecrated the vault was Polymachus. I The later and less trustworthy Quintus Curtius, on the other hand, says that Alexander was disappointed at finding Cyrus simply interred with his shield, 2 Scythian bows, and a sword, and not with silver and gold, as was reported, whereupon the Macedonian placed a golden crown upon the co.6n and covered the sarcophagus with his own rich cloak. 2 The incidental statement of Pliny the Elder, DAD 79, adds information that is important both for the identification of the tomb and its site, when he says, the Magi hold the fortress of Pasargadse, in which is the tomb of Cyrus. The allusion is in harmony, moreover, with Orion and Strabo, who say that the Magians were the hereditary guardians of the tomb, dwelling near it and offering a sheep every day and a horse each month as a sacrifice. As we ride nearer to the sepulchre, the details of the classic descriptions become even more clear. The structure, which in the distance might be spoken of as a pergos, now looks like a house of stone, roofed over, as Orion says, and the terrace steps, though 7, not 10, in number, answer to the statement of one Sacritus in Strabo's account. The door, which faces west, or rather northwest, is strikingly small, and around the tomb there are the remains of what was once a colonnade that formed a rectangular enclosure around the tomb. With the exception of a few pillars which, though broken, show where the entrances must have been, most of the columns have disappeared or lie tumbled about in confusion. Upon the ground, score of Mohammedan graves have been crowded within the area next to the tomb so as to be as one Plutarch, Alexander, 69. 1-2 Comtus Curtius, Histori Alex. 10-1. 30-32 3 Pliny, Historia Naturalis, 6. 26-29, 116. Asterisk Orion, NA6 as 2s, 6. 29-7, Straho, Geographia, 15. 3-7, the latter says they received these animals. 5 On this subject, see also Curzon, Persia, 2. 82-6 Kerporter, Travels, 1. 499, reported 17 columns as still erect, 288 Pasargada, and the tomb of Gyrus close as possible to the shrine of Solomon's mother. In further confirmation of Orion's statement concerning a small house for the Magi who guarded the tomb of Cyrus, we find, about 100 yards north of the mausoleum, the foundation of a building which may have been at the same time a sanctuary and a residence for the priests, but practically nothing remains of the structure except the base upon which it stood, and this is now partly buried by a mass of wretched hovels. From a distance the tomb of C.J. Russ looks dwarfed by the vastness of the surrounding plain, but when viewed nearby, its true size becomes apparent, and the nobility of its lines, the symmetry of its proportions, and the striking whiteness of the marble-like stone of which it is constructed, come out in full effect. It stands high upon a terraced base, 7 steps of which are now visible, and the stones which compose both the substructure and the tomb are very massive. The lowest stage of the 7 terraced steps is a plinth over 2 feet high, nearly 50 feet long, and more than 40 feet broad. Each of the other stages above this flooring is proportionately smaller in area, but not in height, and the combined elevation of the pedestal thus formed is more than 16 feet. The mausoleum itself is about 18 feet high, the point of its roof being nearly 35 feet from the ground. The length of the building is about 20 feet and its width 17 feet. I give the more precise measurements in meters below, as I took them with considerable care *, but heaped round with rubbish and barbarously connected with a wall of mud. Each generation will find less to record. For a theoretical restoration of the colonnade, see de la Foy, L'Art Antique, 1. pi. 18, and compare Peru and Chippies, Histoire de l'Art, 5. 598 1 Orion, Anabasis, 6. 29-7. 2 For a picture, see Stalls and Andreas, Persepolis, 2. pi. 130 J.N. Porter's time this was almost covered, so that he calls it a sort of skirting stone and counts only 6 steps, Travels, 1499, and C.F. Curzon, Persia, 277, and 1. Excavation might perhaps reveal the 10 steps of one Socrates. The plinth, as nearly as I could measure it, is 13.50 m long, 12.20 m broad, and 0.70 m high. The next stage is also 0.70 m high, the third. The question of an inscription 289. The mammoth blocks which make up the tomb and base alike are set together with the utmost precision. There is no evidence of the use of mortar, but iron clamps were employed in uniting the masonry, as I afterward learned from Mr. J.R. Preece, British consul at Isfahan, who informed me that some years ago a friend of his actually found in situ, on the east side of the tomb, one of these great clasps binding 2 blocks together. Nature has added to her destructive forces an extra one. Several bushes of the evergreen type have taken root in the interstices worn between the great stones of the terraced steps, and a small tree has sprouted out from the roof. Both of these agents, as time goes on, will take part in bringing about the general ruin of the monument. It is natural to suppose that an inscription of some sort adorned this resting place of the mighty dead, and we have the authority of the Greek writers for asserting that there was such an epitaph. Both Orion and Strabo say that Aristobulus, who was appointed by Alexander to restore the tomb after it had been desecrated, mentions a Persian inscription, to this effect: "O man, I am Cyrus, the son of Cambyses, who founded the Persian Empire and was king of Asia. Grudge me not therefore this monument." Strabo, after repeating this epitaph, which he says Aristobulus quoted from memory, adds that one Socrates says the inscription was in Greek, engraved in Persian characters, and there was another in Persian of the same import: "I, Cyrus, king of kings, lie here." 1.02 m, the fourth, also 1.02 m, the fifth, 0.53 m, the sixth, 0.54 m, the seventh, 0.53 m. The sepulchre is 6.24 m long on the outside, 5.26 m broad, and about 6 m high to the top of the pointed roof, which has a total height of about 11 m above the level of the ground. Orion, Anabasis, 6. 29-8. 2. The Greek words form a hexameter line, EV6 DSE Kelphie Capus Aries. Pakfiev Strabo, Kyog. 15.3. 7. 290 Pasargad and the tomb of Cyrus. Plutarch has a statement to the same effect, and relates that when Alexander found the tomb violated by Polymachus and read the epitaph, he ordered the inscription to be engraved in Greek letters underneath, and it read as follows: "O man, whosoever thou art, and whencesoever thou comest, for I know thou wilt come, I am Cyrus, who founded the empire of the Persians. Grudge me not therefore this little earth that covers my body." The tone of the inscription sounds genuine, especially in the combination of proud glory and deep humility, and the brief line given by one Socrates I, Gyrus, King of Kings, lived here would answer admirably to a presumable Persian inscription Adam Kurush Kshayati Yak Kshayati Anam, I, Cyrus, King of Kings, lie here, with the customary omission of the verb, which one Socrates would naturally supply, even if the authenticity of the version be questioned because the Greek words form a hexameter. Single glance at the facade of the tomb shows a large stone over the doorway, which looks as if designed for holding an epitaph, but I could not find a trace of a letter upon it, though I examined it with care, nor do any characters appear in the photographs which I took. But the original letters may have been destroyed, or possibly they were carved on tablets attached to the wall, as seems likely if we notice the holes on each side of the slab over the entrance. In fact, I see no reason to doubt the existence of an inscription when Aristobulus and one Socrates visited the tomb with Alexander, any more than we might now argue that the bas-relief of Cyrus never had an inscription, because one no longer exists, although there was one less than 100 years ago. The entrance to the tomb is low and narrow, as the Greek authorities state. The height of the doorway is only 4 feet 1 Plutarch, Alexander, 69. To the interior of the sepulchre 291 2 inches. And its width 2 feet 7 in I, and it is necessary to crouch in order to pass through, as Orion affirmed. The original door to the vault was probably a heavy stone swinging on pivots, such as may be seen at the supposed tomb of Esther and Mordecai at Hamadan and also in the square monument at Nakhshari-Rustam, but I do not recall seeing the socket holes, as in those cases. Dulafoy's ingenious suggestion of 2 doors, an outer and an inner door, so arranged as to open upon each other, but not both at the same time, seems plausible, and even if the original means of closure have long since disappeared, there are actually to be seen 2 rickety wooden doors which guard the ingress, as the thickness of the wall allows space for 2. But the second of these wretched board structures was off its hinges, when I visited the tomb, and was lying in one corner of the vault. Crawling through the low entrance, without having the slight est objection raised by the bystanders, who I thought might prevent me, I found myself within the chamber where Death had held his court. The room is 10 feet 5 in long, and 7 feet 7 inches wide, and 7 feet 11 in high. 2 enormous blocks that look like marble form the floor, and the side walls and flat ceiling are composed of stones equally large. In one part of the eastern wall, facing the doorway, there is a great gaping chink, and the block of the floor at the same end shows a rough sort of depression which suggests the idea that something had been scooped out or forcibly wrenched away, perhaps by robber hands. It may have been that the sarcophagus stood here. I could picture its position, and I lay down to measure my length. The dimensions in centimeters as one took them are, height, 126 centimeters, width, 80 centimeters. Curzon gives 4 feet 3 inches by 2 feet 3 inches. Porter, 4 feet by 2 feet 10 inches. 2 CP 168, and No. 2, above. 8 C. Dulafoy, L'Art Antique, 1. 48, figure 54. Asterisk. The measurements as I took them in meters are, length, 3.18 m, width, 2.30 m, height, 2.12 m. They are practically the same as Curzon's, who gives, length, 10 feet 5 inches, width, 7 feet 6 inches, height, 6 feet 10 inches. See Orion's description, p. 286, above. 292 Pasargad and the tomb of Cyrus near the depression in order to determine whether the space were in proportion to a human form. I found there would indeed have been room enough, and space besides for the table or couch holding the purple vestments, the sword, and the other regal insignia which Orion and Strabo enumerate. The condition of the royal chamber is not what it once was. The wall to the right, or on the south side, has been desecrated by a modern Persian inscription and verses from the Quran. They are handsomely carved, it is true, and are surrounded by an ornamental border shaped like a prayer niche, but they are out of place in the tomb of Cyrus. Innumerable graffitis scratched by Orientals with the scribbling craze, cover the walls. One of the names was in Pahlavi characters and interested me, as it was that of a Zoroastrian priest, Mobt Ormuz Dyer Baram. As a lineal descendant of the race of the Magi, he had more right perhaps than the others to carve his name in the tomb, for the Magi were the traditional guardians of the tomb of Cyrus. Worn copy of the Quran lay upon the floor, and the wind sweeping through the vault turned its pages. A manuscript of the Avesta would have been more appropriate in this chamber. But most inharmonious of all, for it hung over the place where the body must have lain, was a cord with an incongruous collection of worthless trash in the way of votive offerings. Piece of rag, a bit of brass, a fragment of a lamp, a bell, a copper ring, and what not, made up the motley string. They were the customary donations of pilgrims as mementos of the journey or as talismans for a safe return. Happily the note so out of tune with the historic surroundings lasted only for a moment. An instant later the setting sun streamed through the doorway and flooded one corner of the dingy vault with a gorgeous splendor. The image of the Kadveah Varana, the kingly glory, or symbol of sovereignty in the Avesta, flashed across my mind. In ancient times a reflection of this same divine light was believed to shed a halo about the person of the King of Kings. Its sacred majesty, the obsequies of the King 293, was shining this instant from heaven around the tomb of Cyrus and made it seem too hallowed to remain. As I slowly descended the deep steps and mounted my horse, the sun sank low behind the western hills. I turned for a last look at the historic shrine. Vision seemed to rise before my view, and I saw in fancy the scene of the last obsequies of the great king. From the classical writers we know with what pomp and magnificence the processions of the Persian kings were conducted during their lifetime, the richly caparisoned horses, chariots of state, purple robes, heavy accoutrements, and barbaric splendor were always present in gorgeous profusion. With no less pomp, but with greater solemnity, must the sorrowing nation have borne their dead hero to the tomb. His body, not left in Magian fashion to be torn by dogs and birds, but covered with wax or perhaps embalmed, was laid in a gold-adorned casket and carried to the sepulchre, attended by the flower of the Persian army. I still could hear the tramplings of the horses that led the funeral train, the measured tread of the soldiers in clanking armor rang dully on my ear, the smoke of imagined incense rose heavenward to Oromazda from the huge urn holding the sacred fire, and the chanting voice of the Magian priest intoning perchance the Zoroastrian psalm Kam Nima Zdm to what land am I going beat rhythmically through my brain. The great King Cyrus was no more. The shroud of darkness fell like a pall upon the plain and the moon rose slowly over the distant hills. Chapter XX Persepolis and its monuments. Among the ruined temples there, stupendous columns, and wild images of more than man, where marble demons watch the zodiac's brazen mystery, and dead men hang their mute thoughts on the mute walls around. Shelley, Alastor, 116-120. The scene now shifts from Pasargadse to Persepolis, the royal seat of Darius, Xerxes, Artaxerxes, and their successors, who bore in turn the title King of Kings, leaving inherited the throne of Cyrus through a side line. As his son Cambyses had died childless, these monarchs located their capital some 40 miles south of Cyrus's city, at the site now marked by the great platform of Takht-i-Jamshid and the ruins of the city of Stikra, as well as perpetuated by their tombs at Nakhchirai. Rustum. The new capital may have been called Drissaharta, city of the Persians, like the older Pasargadse, for the Greeks appear simply to be paraphrasing the name when they refer to the city as Perspos. It is not improbable, moreover, that the name Stikra, strong, still preserved among the natives as Stikra or Istikra, and which we can see pages 26, 180, above. The date of Cambyses's death was BC 522. The earliest occurrence of Eupaitixis in Greek appears to be in the Herodotus, History, 361-66, states 5th century B.C., after the Persian, that it occurred at the Syrian Ekba war, as we then find the word used Tana, Tisias, fragments, 43-44, ed. by /Schilus, Fersians, 65, apparently Gilmore, pages 144 to 145.